What's up guys, Andre here, and today I'd like to show you how you can use GraphQL with Laravel and Vue. I feel like there isn't too much information out there when it comes to using GraphQL with Laravel and Vue. So I figured I'd make a few videos about it and share my findings along the way. So if you're not familiar with GraphQL, it is an open source data query and manipulation language for APIs. It's been growing in popularity over the last few years and is said to be the replacement for REST APIs. I personally think it's great and addresses the issues with REST APIs. So in this first video, we'll take a look at some examples of GraphQL just so you can get more familiar with it and see its advantages over REST. We'll take a look at some of the packages we'll be using for Laravel and in Vue. So for Laravel, we'll be making use of this Lighthouse PHP package, and for Vue, we'll be using Vue Apollo. So this is the part where I usually show you the finished product so you can see what we'll be building in the next few videos, but I'm not done it yet as I'm just sharing my process along the way. I am done the design part, so I'll show you that and just talk you through what it's supposed to do. So a very simple app as we're just trying to learn GraphQL. It's a book recommendation site built with GraphQL and all these technologies we just talked about. So basically you can just perform CRUD operations on books. And we have one basic relationship where a category has many books and a book belongs to one category. And we'll also have an option to add a book, update a book, and delete a book. So we'll click on this. It should go to this other screen. And here we can view the link for it if you want to purchase it, edit, and delete. So there's no concept of users in this app, because that kind of just adds complexity. Obviously you need users for most web apps, but I just wanted to get you to understand the basics of GraphQL, so we'll be leaving users out of this demo. So yeah, I just want to give props to where I got this idea from. So if you go to ihbooks.com, I saw this on Product Hunt a few weeks ago, and it is basically where I got the idea from. Even the design I basically just ripped. And even the book covers, but I figured it'd be a good app to build so we can learn how to use GraphQL. So yeah, props to the person who built this site. It's also a great site with many books I've actually read, so check it out if you're interested in some book recommendations. Okay, so I want to start with a quick overview of some of the problems that GraphQL solves over REST. And for that, I'm going to be looking at the GitHub API because GitHub has a traditional REST API and it also has a GraphQL API. So if you go to this URL, you'll have access to the GraphQL API. If you click on Explorer and you do sign in with GitHub. And here's where we can play around with GraphQL. And I also have my REST client open and we'll play around with the REST API here. Okay, so here's one of the endpoints for the GitHub REST API, and it's just information about myself. So if you go here, here's some information about myself. So with REST, it's all or nothing. If you only need one or two of these fields, you can't do that with REST because you'll have to return everything when you make the call to the API. I have seen some APIs where you can do something like fields equals, and you just specify the fields here that you want returned. But there is no common specification across all APIs. And if you're going to look at a new API, they might have that and they might not. So with GraphQL, you can specify exactly what you want returned. So let me just erase these comments. And right here, I'm just going to erase these. And you can specify whatever you want returned. So if I want my login is the username and name is my name. And there you go. We get exactly what we want and none of the extra stuff we don't need. So this is a GraphQL query, which we'll be doing all of our work on GraphQL in. And if you notice, the query structure is the same as the result that comes back, except the result has actual data. And I think that's a more intuitive way than hitting multiple endpoints and requesting data that way. So that's another thing with GraphQL. There's only one endpoint. Usually it's a post request to /GraphQL, but you can change that if you like. But in general, that's the endpoint. With REST, there's multiple endpoints, and sometimes there can be confusion over which endpoint it should be when you're making a new API, what's RESTful, what's not RESTful. With GraphQL, there's no arguments because it's just one endpoint and this expressive query language here. Okay, so another problem with REST is sometimes the information you need is not in this endpoint, but another endpoint. So say, for example, I was making an app that had to get the GitHub info. So I'd hit this endpoint because I need information about myself, but then I want to show my followers. And there is an endpoint here for followers. So right here, if I hit this, you'll see my followers here. So that means we have to make 2 AJAX requests, which is not exactly ideal. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but you can see that that can start to add up if you need information across different endpoints. In GraphQL, since we have access to this expressive query language, we can just specify that we want to show followers in this one request. So again, there's also this nice IntelliSense here. So followers, and you can specify parameters here. And I just want the last 10. And don't worry too much about edges and nodes. It just has to do with pagination, I believe. And I want the information for my last followers. I want also their login and their name. If I hit that, there we go. We have all the information requested here in this nice format, and we can display this as necessary in our front end of our application. So yeah, just a high level overview of some of the advantages of GraphQL over traditional REST. And now we can take a look at some of the specific implementations, and we'll start with Laravel. Okay, so like I said earlier, we'll be making use of this Lighthouse package, which is a GraphQL server for Laravel. It's an excellent package, which has excellent documentation and works really nicely. So if we go into the docs, and if you go into tutorial, there is a tutorial here which shows you how to get GraphQL up and running with a typical blog. So there's also a GitHub repo, which we'll just make use of here instead of building it from scratch. So let me just clone this real quick. So let me just go here, git clone, and let's open that up. House tutorial. Oops. Lighthouse tutorial. And I'm going to open that in VS Code. So you can go through the tutorial if you want from scratch, but let me just show you the essentials here. So like I said, it is an implementation of a blog. So it's important to know the models we have here. So we have users, posts, and comments. And it's also important to know the relationships between them. So users has many posts, and a post belongs to a user. Also, a post has many comments, and a comment belongs to a post. So let's go ahead and add some data in here and play around with GraphQL. So there is no environment file. So let me just quickly copy one. And let me just change my database. So I think I have one called Lighthouse tutorial set up already. And root. And I think there's factory set up here. Yeah, so there's factories for each of the models here. And in post factory, so yeah, when I did this, this should actually be a sentence, not a title. And is there seeders here? No, there's no seeders. So let's just see if we can migrate first. Oh, sorry, I have to composer install. All right, let's PHP Artisan migrate. Okay, so let's quickly whip up some seed data here using factories. So I'm going to start with users, app user, and let's make 10, create, and let's make, say, 20 posts, and let's make 20 comments. Oops. So I just made another 20 users. I meant to make more posts. Sorry, post. And let's make 20 comments. Okay, don't know why that first time didn't work. Let's see if all our data is in here. So I think this is the right database. So let's check our users. There's a whole bunch of users, posts, a whole bunch of posts, and a whole bunch of comments. Okay, so now we have data. So let's go ahead and play with GraphQL. So back into the docs. So if you go to installation, if you want that graphical tool that I was showing you when I was playing with the GitHub API, you have to install this package. And you don't have to, but if you want that tool in the browser, then you have to install it. There are also desktop applications, which I prefer, but let me just show you this one first, and then I'll show you the desktop versions that I prefer. So let's install that. And if we go into Chrome, let's see if that works. So it's Lighthouse tutorial.test. And I believe it's /GraphQL. Or it could be GraphQL Playground. Let's see. Okay, so it's GraphQL-Playground to access the tool. So there you go. Just make that bigger. So now we can play around with GraphQL. And you can see that there's already errors here because I don't think there is a query specified for user. So yeah, let's take a look at the schema here, which is where you're going to be spending most of your time. So it's under, I think it's under routes, GraphQL, schema.graphql. So in here, you have to specify all your types, also the relationships. So this is exactly like it's specified in the database, the user, and all the types. The exclamation mark means it's required. And here is the relationship. So user has many posts, and it's using a directive here, which this package makes a lot of use of directives. So same for the post. We specify the relationship the other way, or not the other way. The relationship, oh, here's the other way between users and posts, but here's the relationship between posts and comments, and the same here. And here is where the queries live. So if you want to make a new query, we have to define it in here. Again, there's heavy use of directives, which you should learn. It looks weird at first, but it's actually really powerful and allows you to write less code. But if you don't like directives, then you can just use custom resolvers and just query Eloquent the old-fashioned way, which I will show you as well. So yeah, back into here. So this is a red squiggly because there is no query for user. There's only posts and post. So if I change this to post, then this should return. There is no name for post. It's a title. If you want autocomplete, I think you can press Control space, but that is bound to Alfred for me. But Shift space works for me. And you can bring up the autocomplete, and you can hit this play button, or you can press Command Enter. And there you go. It brings back that one post that we asked for with ID of 1. Again, you can do everything that you like in here. Specify more fields. If you want the content, there you go. So let's look at the post for a second. We can also get the user it belongs to and get those back. So user, and just specify what you want returned. So we want the username, and we want the user email. And this is the user that created this post. And also, if you want to get the comments for this post, there should be comments, I think. Comments. And we can just specify what we want. So I think the reply is, what is it in comments? Could be empty. Let's see. Let's try putting the ID in here. Which ID is this? Oh, you know why? This post doesn't have any comments. So that's why it's returning an empty array. So let's, I think, maybe post of 20 maybe. Okay, so 50 has comments, and there you see it there. Cool. So let's quickly make a query for users. And let's just take what we already have here, and let's just change it for users. So this will just return all the users. So this is the query. This is the return type. So GraphQL is typed. That's what allows you to have that nice autocomplete and the nice IntelliSense, which is great. So again, this is a directive, and there are a lot of directives for this package, which you should get to know right here. And this is for the one user. We want to pass in an integer that's required, and we want to make sure we return just one user. Here, this is an array of users, so it can be one or more. This is just one. So we're going to find the user with an ID of whatever's passed in here. So same thing with the post, but for users, and now this should work in our schema. So let me just write another one here. So query, user ID of 1, and let's just grab the name, I believe. So we have to refresh it first, so it knows about it. Okay, and now we should get the autocomplete. Sorry, this should be a user array, not a users array. Refresh. And the error is gone, and there you go. So far we've just been looking at query operations, which are just read operations, but there's also a mutation type, which has to do with any writing of data. So an update, a delete, or a create. So let's quickly go over that. It's going to paste in some code. Again, when we build out the real app, we'll start from scratch. This is just a demo, so you have an understanding of how it works with Laravel and this package. So we specify a mutation, and let me just fix this. Okay. So these are the parameters. It takes in a name, which is a string, and it's required. And here are some validation rules. Again, this package makes heavy use of directives, which does look weird at first, but you'll get used to it. And if you don't like it, again, you can use custom resolvers, which I'll show you in a second. So email, again, it's required, and a password, which it will hash using bcrypt. And then it will return a user. It will return that created user. So let's try this out. So let me just comment this out. And instead of query, it's going to be a mutation. So let's do that. Mutation. The autocomplete is really, really nice. Really helps. Even if you don't know GraphQL, if you just play around, it will help you. So create user. After refresh. So there you go, create user. it's going to give the parameters that we need. Name, Andre. What's next? Email, andre@andre.com. Password is password. And then let's just specify what we want back. We just want the, say, the ID and the name. And if we do that, there we go, ID of 91. If we go into our database, if I refresh and go over here, sorry, it should be users. So there we go. I think I saw it. Yeah, right there. Cool. So yeah, let me show you custom resolvers. If you don't want to use directives, or if you can't do something with just directives and you need something more powerful or need complete control, then you can just use custom directives. So I'll show you in here. So let's just name it latest post. This can be anything. It can be a really complex query, which you just want to use Eloquent with. And you just have to specify the name and the return type. And in this case, it's going to return a post, just one. And then let's go into the docs. And I think there's a guide for types. No, it's not types, fields, I think. There we go, custom resolvers. So here's the example I'm about to do. But you can just make use of this artisan command. So whatever you name the custom resolver, just make sure you make a class with a capital L in this case. So I'm just going to paste that in, PHP artisan Lighthouse. It's a query. You can do custom resolvers for mutations as well. So latest post, let's go to that. Latest post. And you can also have parameters here, and then you can access the parameter from within the class. But in our case, we don't have a parameter. So in here, if we did have a parameter, we'll just specify it like this. So we can just get it args, and then if the name of the parameter was that, you can just do that. But we don't have one, so. And in here, you can do whatever you like. And you just have to make sure that you return whatever you said you would return here. So in our case, we have to return a post. So just one post. So I'm just going to do return post all, and this is called last. Again, you can do complex query or whatever you like in here. Just make sure you return the right thing. And that's it. So if we go back in here, let me just comment this out. And let me just refresh it actually. And let's take this out. And I think I named it latest post. Yeah, so just latest post. So that should return a post, and just grab the title. Up, post not found. Make sure to import it. So just import it here. Okay, let's try again. There you go. There's the latest post, but now we're using a custom resolver if you need that extra power. So yeah, that's the gist of it. You'll be doing most of your work in this schema GraphQL. You can also split this up if you like into multiple files if this starts to get bigger. And yeah, so that's basically it for Laravel. Oh yeah, so I personally like to have this tool as a desktop app, and there are desktop apps for both graphical and GraphQL Playground. So this one's GraphQL Playground, and the other one that we used when we were doing the GitHub API is called Graphical. So just search for them, Graphical Desktop, and you can download them. I believe they're Electron apps, and GraphQL Playground Desktop. You can search for them. I have both of them installed already. So let me just show you quickly. So let me show you graphical first. So just paste this URL in, and you can do the same thing. So let me just grab this, paste that in, and let's try it. And it works, cool. The other one's called GraphQL Playground. And let me just grab the URL again. It's the URL. And for some reason it knows, I guess it took the information from here. And there you go, it works. I personally like this. This is more like your text editor, so you can do things like Command D, you can move it up and down, you can have multiple cursors. So I prefer this over graphical, but you can use whatever you like. I prefer it, again, as a desktop app, because, you know, we tend to have a million things running in our tabs. So just organization purposes, I like to use the desktop app. Okay, so let's take a look at how to use GraphQL on the front end. So up to now, we've just been playing around on the back end and using these tools to interact with GraphQL. So how do we consume it from the front end? We need to use a GraphQL client, and in this case, we're going to use Vue Apollo, which is very nice and easy to use. So let's go ahead and get started, and let's install it. So I already have a Vue CLI 3 application scaffolded out, and I literally did not do anything to it. I just did Vue create, and that's it. And it's running right here. So the installation is very straightforward if you're using Vue CLI 3. You can also do it the manual way, but this way is much quicker and easier. So I'm just going to do Vue add Apollo. Oops, let me go into it first. And Vue add Apollo. So it's asking if you want example code. I'm going to say no. We don't need a server because we already have one. Okay, so there are the files that have changed and it's installed. So let's go ahead and go into, actually no, this is Laravel. Let's go into our Vue app. And I'm just going to play around here in Hello World. So let me just close this stuff. So what I want is, I want to make a data property down here. And I want this populated with stuff from the backend. So return, let's say users. Let's make it an empty array. And let's also make one for just user. Let's make that null. Okay. So how do we get the information from our backend GraphQL into here? So obviously we'd make use of these queries. So let me just bring one up. So let's just get something very basic. Users, and let's grab their name and their email. And not sure why this isn't working. Let me refresh. Okay, there we go. So we just want this information in our front end. So if we go into the docs for queries, so obviously we'd have to make use of this query somehow. So the way to do that is to import this GraphQL GQL thing. So let me import that up here. And we have this new Apollo property. And so let's put that right underneath here. And here is where you would specify. So we want to populate users with this query. So we'd use GQL and then we use template strings to put the query in there. So in our case, we just want this. So you can put query, but you don't have to. So I'm going to leave it out for now, just so it's a bit shorter. Users. So it's basically this. basically that this query right here. So we just want name and email. Name and email. And yeah, let's give that a try. What is this complaining about? I'm sorry, this should be a method. Okay, so let's see if this works. So this should populate when the component loads. So let's see if that works. I'm going to open this. See if we have any errors first. And check Vue Dev Tools. Let's go into our Hello World app. And let's check our users. It's undefined, so it's not working. So yeah, obviously it's not working because we didn't specify the endpoint. So if you go into this file, Vue Apollo.js, within the source directory, we can specify the endpoint here. So I was trying to hit this endpoint. Obviously that's not the correct endpoint. So it's, what is it again? It's Lighthouse tutorial.test/GraphQL. Okay, so that should do it. Save that, and let's see if this works. So there it is loading. And as you can see, we're getting CORS errors here. So let's quickly fix that. So we have to install Laravel CORS on the backend and specify a middleware for the Lighthouse package. Let me just install this real quick. In the backend. And while that's going, usually you would install the package using middleware here in app HTTP kernel. But in our case, we want to put it in the config of Lighthouse. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go back into our backend. And I believe it's in config Lighthouse. There it is. And I think there's a section for middleware here. Yeah, so it goes right here under this route config. Sorry. Let me just uncomment this. And then we can add that package right here. Cool. And now this should be done, obviously. Okay. And this should work now on the front end. Okay, no more CORS errors. Let's check our Vue config. Vue Dev Tools, I mean. And there you go, 91 users. So this corresponds to our database. There should be 91 users in here. And there is, cool. And you will display this as you please in your front end. I'm not going to do that. Okay, so let me quickly do a mutation, and then I think that should give you a good idea of how GraphQL works in our backend and our front end. So let me just make a button here quickly in the Hello World component up here. Just put it right here. Button, sorry. Say at click equals handle click. Let's say mutation test mutation. And let's make a methods for handle click. So I'm going to put it right after Apollo methods handle click. So if you look at the docs, there's a section here for mutations right here. So I'm just going to copy and paste. This video is getting quite long. So you would just make use of this Apollo mutate and then put in the GraphQL for the mutation. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. So I'm going to paste this in. So this Apollo mutate, and the mutation I'm doing is this. So I'm creating a user, and I'm just hard coding some data in here. And this corresponds to the create user mutation that we have here, and that should work. So let me just do that, and then let's see if this works. Okay, so that should have reloaded. I'm missing a comma somewhere. I think I'm missing a closing bracket here. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, I was missing another closing brace there. Okay, so there it is. So let's test this mutation. There's going to be no feedback. Let's just see if that added. Looked like it did. So let's just refresh this. And there you go. Cool. I like to start building out this book recommendation site in GraphQL. If you haven't seen the last video, we took a look at using GraphQL with both Laravel and Vue and the tools available to us. In this video, I'd like to start building out this app, and we're going to start with the backend using Laravel. Okay, so let's go ahead and make a new Laravel app. So I'm going to do Laravel new, let's call it BooksQL Laravel. And then the front end will be called BooksQL Vue. All right, let's open that up. And let's open it up in code. So let me just set up my database. I already have a database made. So it's called BooksQL Laravel. And it's root. Okay, so we need to start by making our models and our migrations. So again, if you look at the design, we only have two models and one relationship between them. We have categories and we have books, and the relationship is a category has many books and a book belongs to one category. So realistically, you probably want to have a book to belong to many categories, but I'm just trying to make this as simple as possible. So we're just going to have the belongs to one category relationship. So let's make our models. Let's start with the category. Make model category, and -a will create a migration and a controller, which we don't need, but let's create it anyways, and a factory. Let's do the same for the book. So let's open that up and let's set the relationships. So let's start with category. And I'm gonna set the guarded to an empty array just because I'm gonna make a seeder later on. And let's set the relationship. So a category has many books. So I guess my snippets don't work anymore. Okay. Books. And let's do return this has many book class. Okay. And let's do the same for the book. So I'm going to do guarded as well. And I'm going to do this belongs to category class. Okay. Now let's set up the migrations and on all the fields on the book. So create books table, and I am just going to paste this in to save some time, and then I will go through each of the fields. So the title, obviously the author. So the image is going to be a string, and it can be empty. The description is just a longer form text. The link is a string. This featured flag is because in the design I have a featured category here. Maybe I'll design it different too. Maybe I'll have a hero that displays some featured books. Anyways, that's the idea. I'm not sure if I'm going to use that, but there is a featured Boolean column there. So this is the relationship with category. So a book belongs to a category, so we need a category ID, and that is a foreign key on the categories table. And that's it. So let's do the same for create categories table. And this only has one field, and it's just the name of the category. Okay, so let's see if we can migrate this. Okay, so that works. So now I want to make a seeder just so I have realistic data. And the data I have in my seeder are all of these books here I have in the design. Maybe I'll add more later on, but there is about this many. And I didn't make it very realistic in terms of the categories. I just dumped like the first 6 in the first category, then the next 6 in the next category, then the next 3 in the next category, just so every category has at least a few books. So let's make a seeder. Start with the categories. So PHP artisan make seed categories table seeder. Oops, why is there a dash there? Okay, and let's also do one for books. And let's go into our seeds database table seeder, and let's just start with the categories, and let's do the books after that. And obviously I'm not going to make you watch me do this. I'm just going to paste in what I have here in my other project. So this is the books table seeder, so a whole bunch of books. And I'm going to paste in the categories table seeder. And this is just a few categories. Okay, so I have these categories and all of these books over here. Cool. So now let's try to migrate fresh. Where's migrate? Fresh, and it's also seed -- seed. And that looks good. Let's see if we have data. So books, cool, a whole bunch of books and some categories here. Cool. Okay, so you see I also have the cover images here. So I'm just going to put these in. So this is the project I already did. And I already have the cover images here. So I'm going to put these in the public folder. We're not going to use it in this video, but we're going to need it eventually when we make use of the cover images. So I'm just going to put it in an image folder. And I'm just going to paste them in. I guess I can't paste. Can I paste? Okay, so they're all in here now. Cool. Okay, now we can start using the Lighthouse package. So let's go ahead and install that. Installation, composer require. Let's do that. Okay, next is this publishes the default schema.graphql file, which we can make use of, and then we can modify it later on. let's do that. Okay. And I'm not going to use this DevTools. I'm just going to use the one on my desktop. So it's GraphQL Playground. And we'll use that when we need to use it. And I also want the config. Where's that? We have to publish the config as well. Okay, so that. Okay, and that is published. Cool. Okay, so now back to our code. And the first thing we need to do is let's go into our schema GraphQL. So that's in routes, GraphQL schema. And you can see we have some boilerplate here, which we can use. Well, not use, we'll model our models after it. So first thing I want to do is define our types. So we'll, like I said, we're not going to have users in this app, just to keep things simple. So let's define our types. We'll leave it in there for now. We'll leave the user in there for now. So the first thing we have is a book. And this is just the fields we defined in the migration. So create book. So all of this stuff, but in GraphQL format. So we have ID, and this is of type ID. And ID is a field type in GraphQL. And it's required. Title is a string, it's required. Author, string, required. Image, string, not required. Link, string, not required. Description, string, not required. Featured, Boolean, not required. And a book belongs to a category. So we have to specify the relationship here. And it is a category, and we'll define that right after this. And it is a belongs to relationship. Okay, so that is our book type. And then the next type is category. And let's do the same thing. ID is ID. Required, name, string, required. And let's set up the relationship. Books is an array of books. That's what it returns. And the relationship is has many. And that is it for our types. So now let's start defining the queries and the mutations. So let's look at our design to see how the app's supposed to work. So the default view, although this doesn't represent that, I just want to show all the books. No pagination, because that just, I mean, in a real app you would have pagination, but again, it's trying to make this as simple as possible. You can see that the example here uses paginate, and we won't be using paginate. Anyway, so we just want all the books. So that's the most basic query we can do. So let's just do books. And that's going to return a book array. And that's required. Actually, it's not required because it can be null. And we're just going to use the all directive, and that will return all books. So let's go ahead and try this out in our GraphQL playground. So it's booksql-laravel, booksql-laravel test/GraphQL. Okay. And what is it again? It's books. So query, make this bigger. Is that big enough? One more. So query books, and let's return the title. Yeah. There you go. Book was not found. Okay, so in the config, so if we go to Lighthouse config, it's in config Lighthouse, there is an option here that says where the models are supposed to be. Not sure why they defaulted to app models, because the default functionality for Laravel is it just goes into the app folder. So if we do that, that should fix that error. Let's try again. Refresh it first. Let's try again. There we go. And we can do whatever we like here. ID. What else? Author. Cool. So what else do we need for our app to work? We also need to be able to get the details for one book. So for this view, we need to make another request when we click on one and it goes here. So let's do that. And let's go to, and we'll just copy this. And we'll just change it. So this will be book, just one book. And the parameter is the book ID. Later on, maybe we can change this to a slug. That would be more URL friendly and more SEO friendly. And it's going to return one book. And we want to find that book based on the ID that's passed in. So you can specify the model, but I don't think we have to. And let's go ahead and try that. So let me just query book. Oh, let me refresh. Book. There we go. We need an ID. Just pass in one. And we can do the same thing. ID, title, author. Cool. And if we want the category for this book, since there's a relationship, we can do that as well. So we just go category. And then what's the types here? We can just get the name. So there you go. This book by this author is in this category. Okay, so let's go ahead and define the endpoints for categories as well. So let's do that. So it's basically just this, but for categories. So this will be categories. This will be an array of categories and all, and this will be a category. And we'll take an ID as well. And this will be a category. Okay, let's try that out. This should work as well. But for a category, let me refresh real quick. And this should be a category. And obviously a category doesn't have this. It has a name. Cool. And we can also do categories and name. Cool. So that's all the categories. So back to our app. We want to be able to click the category and just have it filter by those books. So that's already built in since we have that relationship defined. So say, for example, we wanted everything in marketing category. So marketing is ID 1, I think. Okay, it is. So let's get the category first. So category ID 1. And because we have that relationship defined right here in the type, the category, then we can get the books for this category. And that's exactly what we need in our app. So let's just do books, and we can specify the fields we want. So in our case, what do we want? we're going to want the name, the author, the cover, or I think I named the image, and the ID, because we're going to click on that and want it to go to a different route. Okay, so ID, title, author, and this thing I call the image. So there you go. We have all this information that we need, which we can use on our front end when we start working on our front end. What else? So like I said, we also have this featured category, which is not really a category. It's just an extra field on the model. So how do we filter by just books that are featured? So let's add one more here to books. Let's call it books by featured. So like I said in the first video, if you don't like directives, you can just use custom resolvers. But if you want to make use of directives, you can do it like this. So featured is a Boolean and it's required. And we want to use the EQ directive. And this is going to return an array of books. And it can be empty, so let's not put the exclamation mark. And let's grab all. So all the books that are featured based on this parameter coming in. So right now, none are featured. So this should return an empty array of books. So let's see if that happens. What did I name it? Books by featured. Let me refresh this. Books by featured. And then let's grab the title. It should be empty. Oh, sorry. I need the featured is true. So it should be empty because none of them are featured. Cool. And if I say false, this should be all of the books. Okay. So if I add one, if I manually set one to featured or a few of them, let's go to books. Let's say this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. And save that. Let's go back here. And this should now have a few of them. Cool. And again, I did this in the last video and I just mentioned it, but if you have some complex query that directives can't handle, or if you just don't like directives, you can use custom resolvers. So let's say some complex query search is the parameter and it's a string and it returns an array of books. And we can just use the command line. I forgot what it's called. It's called Lighthouse query, I think. Yep. So PHP artisan Lighthouse query. And let's name it some complex query. So it has to be the same name as this. And obviously you don't use directives here because the class will handle that. Okay. So that goes into, I think, app, HTTP, GraphQL, some complex query. So here is where the logic goes. So you can do whatever you like in here. Some complex query. But since I named the parameter search, let's do a basic search here. You can do this with directives as well, but let's just do this. Return book where, say app book. Author, so this is going to do a search for the author. Like, and let's do this. So I just want to search on the argument that's passed in. So I'm going to do some wildcards here. And to pass in the argument, use two args and the name of the argument. So we named it search in our GraphQL schema. So we can use that. and just add another % here. So it does a wildcard search, and just make sure to get it. And this should be a search now. So let's try it. I'm gonna refresh, and I'm gonna do some complex query, which is actually a search by Gary. I have 2 books in there by Gary V. And let's grab the title, and obviously the author is the same. So title and author. And let's try that. App book not found. /app/book. Refresh. Try again. There we go. So there's that custom, some complex query, which is actually just a search, but we're using custom resolvers. Okay, so now let's do some mutations. We obviously want to be able to create, update, and delete our models. So let's do that. So back to our schema. Right here. So there's already an example for creating, updating, and deleting users, and we can make use of this for our models. So let's start with creating. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's start with categories. So let's rename this to create category. And we only need a name for category, so I can erase this. So it's going to be a string. It's going to be required. And I also want it to be unique. So let's say unique. We can just use Laravel's rules. Unique on categories table. And unique on the name column. So that should do the trick. Make sure to change this. We can take this model out. This should be create. This should be category. And let's do the same for update and delete. And then we can test it out after. Let's put a space here. So update category. So it's required. The ID is required, and it's just a name. And it is the same rules as this. And we don't need this. This is a category. And the same for delete. Required, category, delete the model. Okay, so let's try creating one, updating one, and then deleting one. And then we'll do the same for books. Actually, it's the same process for books. It's just more fields. I'll do that behind the scenes, and then I'll show it to you guys working. So let's try. Let me just put it here in the middle so it's easier to see. So it is, let me just delete this. It's a mutation. We're going to do create category. Let me refresh. Create category. And create a name. Say new category. And then we just want the ID. And just to say the name. Okay, so that created a new one called new category. So if we check the database, there it is right there. Cool. And what's next? Update category. So let's change that to update. And the parameter is the ID. So it's 7. I think it's the ID. Yep, 7. So let's say 7. And we also need the name we want to change it to. So new category, update. And Let's see if that works. And it did. Let's check the database. There we go. Cool. And let's delete the category. So delete. It just needs the ID, I think. Cool. And we can return that. So if you read the error message, it says the ID should be non-null. So the ID should be non-null. Cool. Let's try it again. Refresh. Try again. There we go. 7 should be gone now. There we go. Awesome. So yeah, I'm going to do the books behind the scenes. It's basically the same thing. It's just more fields. And then I'll show it to you guys when I'm done. Okay, so I added mutations for creating, updating, and deleting books. So let me just show you that it works. So let's try this one first. Create book, a new book, and I'm just hard coding the category in here and returning the ID and title. Okay, so that's ID 26. See if that is in the database. So there it is right there. Cool. So let's update it. So the next one is update. So let's change it to 26. A new book changed. Some author changed. Okay. Let's run that. Okay. Check the database. There you go. Cool. And let's delete the book. So mutation, delete book. 26. And that should delete it. And it's gone. Cool. So yeah, I think that's all the operations we need on the back end. We might tweak things while we work on the front end and realize we missed something, but I think that is all. We have all the CRUD operations for both our models, and we tested both, and everything looks like it's working. I'd like to start the front end of our GraphQL app using Vue and Vue Apollo. In the last video, we built out our GraphQL backend in Laravel, and in this video, I'd like to start on the front end. Okay, so let's go ahead and make a new Vue app using the Vue CLI. So I'm going to do Vue create booksql Vue. And let me make sure to add Vue router, because we're going to be making use of that. We need a router, and let me just add Vuex. We probably won't need Vuex, but let me just add it anyways. Okay, so that's done. Let me go into it. And let's npm run serve. Okay, so here it is. I'll style everything later on in another video using Tailwind CSS. For now, I just want to dump everything on the page and get everything wired up and working with our backend. So it's going to look ugly for this video, and then we'll make it look pretty in the next video. Okay, so let me show you what I have in mind as to how we're going to approach this. First, I want to dump all the categories on the page. So we'll make use of that categories endpoint. I mean the categories query in our GraphQL. And then I want to dump out all the books, just all the books for now. And then we can focus on getting just the books in a specific category. And then we'll get routing working where we click on one of the books and it goes to this page. And then after that, I want to get the mutations working. So editing, deleting, and adding a book is here. And I think I'll add a new route for that too. So yeah, a lot of work to be done. Let's see if we can fit it in one video. It's going to be really long, but if I can get it within like an hour or so, I'll leave it at one video. Okay, so I need to add Laravel cores first on the backend. I did that in the first video, so let me just quickly do it here. if I was running both on localhost, then I shouldn't need to do this. But since I'm using Laravel Valet and I'm running on a test domain, then we need cores. So let me just install this real quick. And I need to install it on the BooksQL Laravel site. Okay, and let me just grab this and put it in the Lighthouse config. So I think I have it running here in the background. There it is. So I think it's Lighthouse config. Should be right here. So middleware, we'll just put that in here and we should be good to go. Okay, so back to our, so I just want to dump the categories. So let's go to our front end and I'm going to put it in, it's going to dump everything in this home view. And maybe in another video, we'll refactor our code into nice reusable components. So let me just get rid of these two and get rid of this and this. Okay. So let me go into the docs. We have to install it. I should have did this after I installed the Vue app. So just do Vue add Apollo and that should do it. Okay, that's done. Let me just add the endpoint in our Vue Apollo.js right here. It's going to be BooksQL Laravel.test/GraphQL. Okay, and let's go ahead and finally dump the categories. So if we go to queries, we can import this GQL thing we need to perform queries in our front end. So let's do that. So I'm going to import GQL here. And then we'll make a query in here. So I'll put it right here. Cool. And the query we need is just grab all categories. So let me go into GraphQL Playground and do it in here first. So that would be, let's just get rid of this. Categories. And we're going to want the ID and the name. Okay, so that is the query we need. So let's go back into our code and let's do just categories ID name. So categories ID name. And let's make a data state property called categories. Not sure if I actually need one or if I can just put it in the Apollo property like that. We'll just make one. We're actually not going to do it this way. I'm going to show you how to do it using components in a second, but just as a starting point. So categories. And let's make it an empty array. Okay. Oops, should be return. Return an object. Okay. So let's see if this works. Back to our app here. Let's see. And it looks like I'm still getting CORS errors. Okay. Oh, okay, it's gone now. So that should work now. Let's see. Let's go into the home component. And there are the categories. Cool. So it does work. Awesome. Okay, so like I said, I want to make use of components. So Apollo components, Apollo query. You can still do it this way if you would like, but doing it this way just allows you to clean up some of your JavaScript, and in some instances, you don't even need the JavaScript, and you just use this Apollo query, which uses a scope slot to grab all the information you need. So yeah, let me just grab this, and let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to paste this in up here. And here you're going to separate your actual GraphQL query into a file. And that is a good way to keep your code more organized, in my opinion. So I'm going to make a new folder here called GraphQL. And I'm going to make two new folders, one for queries and one for mutations. And for this one specifically, I am going to have one called, this is categories. So categories.gql. And all this is going to have is our query here. So let me just grab this, paste this in here, and save that. And let's continue working on this. So this would be GraphQL/queries/categories.graphql. And like I said, this is using scope slots. And if you're not familiar with scope slots, don't worry too much about it. This just grabs the data and it destructures it here, which allows us to use it in our template. So let me just erase these comments. And there's a conditional here, and it just shows loading. You can put a spinner in there if you like, if it's not loaded yet. But if it is, we can iterate through them and display them. So let's do that. So we are using a category, and we're going to get it from data.categories. And then we can just output the ID and the name. And it's also put a key in here. And make it category.id. And that should work, hopefully. Let's see if it works. So yeah, when I was doing this, I got this error, and it took me quite a while to figure out how to fix it. And hopefully what I did before fixes it again. And the answer to that is just to delete your node modules and try again. I mean, delete your node modules and npm install again. So I'm going to do that. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me just stop this and do it in here. So node modules should be in there. So let's do rf node modules. And let me npm install again. Okay, so it's done. Let me try running it again, and let's see if it works this time. Okay, so it looks like it did work. There's some warnings there, but let's see if it worked. And there you go. It did work. It showed it, and it's displaying it correctly. So these warnings can get quite annoying as you write more queries. So there's a package that allows you to have autocomplete for GraphQL in here, which is really nice. But I actually haven't had a chance to look at that. So what I'm going to do is just add a ESLint ignore file. And I'm just going to add ****star.gql to it, and hopefully that removes the warnings. So let's try again. Okay, so it looked like it did. Cool. So back to our code. If you look here, there should be a brief period where there should be a loading state, and it's getting it from here, and it's displaying loading when it's loading. But if you look closely, if I refresh, there is no loading here. So you see nothing there. So I'm not sure if that's a bug, but the way I fixed it was to use another property here called isLoading and use that instead. And if we do that, that works. So if we save that, and if we refresh, there you see the loading indicator before the data is loaded from the backend. Okay, let me just make this a bit bigger for you guys. Okay, so these should actually be links. So let's change that. So I'm not going to use a UL anymore. I'm just going to use a div. And for these, I will use anchor tags. And let's just make them go to nowhere. And let me add a period between the ID and the name. And let me just add a class here called link margin. And let's put it here in the style. Style. Link margin. Let's make it margin right. 24 pixels. Let's see how that looks. Doesn't seem to be auto reloading for some reason. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now let's dump all the books. So very similar to this. Let's just dump all the books. So I'm just going to grab this, duplicate it, and let's add a new query for books. So first let's do it in here. So it should be books. And what do we have? ID, title, author, and image, I think. Okay. So let's grab this and put it into our books query. Okay. And then let's put it in here. The whole thing should be a link as well, but we'll just put it as a div. And let me just remove this. Again, we'll style this in the next video if I get through all this front end stuff. And this should be, let's just dump the this should be book data.books. Key is book ID. And let's just dump the book ID and the book title, just to see if it works. And yeah, it does seem to work. Cool. Okay, so now we want to be able to click these and have these books filter based on the category that we clicked on. So first let's take a look at the query that we need for that. So that would be a specific category. So let me just remove all this. So it would be category, and then we need to pass it an ID. So just grab the first one. And we can get the ID and the title of that category. But what we want is the books for it. Sorry, name of the category. And then books. And then we want ID, title, author, and image. So there we go. Okay, so let's copy this. And let's make a new query. Let's call it category, singular. And let's paste that in. So let me save that. And back to our home view. Let's change what we have here to make use of that new one, just to see if it works. So instead of books, let's use category. And right now, the category is just, the ID is just hard-coded. We obviously want to pass the ID from here into the query. And we'll do that in a second. Let's just see if this works. And yeah, that's not going to work because the format of the data coming back is different. So let me put that back. And let me make another one here, just underneath all of this. Let me comment that out for now. Let's make another one. And this one leaves the category. And let's look at the structure coming back. So the structure is data.category.books. So let's go ahead and do that. So book of data.category.books. And that should still work. So we hard-coded category ID 1 in there. So this is 1, so that's good. So it seems to work. If we change it to 2 here, that should return everything in category 2. And it does, cool. So now let's see how we can use variables. So the ID is not hard-coded and it's passed in. So in our category GraphQL, we can just accept variables like this. So we need an ID, and it's of type ID as required. And we can just accept that in here. And now in our front end, so back to home, we can accept a variables prop like this. So variables equals, and we can just put it in line here. So ID is, we'll hard code it for now, and then we'll have a dynamic piece of state that keeps track of that as we click a category. So let's say 2, or let's put it back to 1 actually. And this should work. And there we go, back to 1, change that to 2. Cool. So yeah, we need to keep track of the selected category. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to put a new piece of state here called selected category. And let's default that to 1. That should still work. Cool. But as we click on those links, so these links here, we want to update that selected category. So where's that link? Right here. So let's make a click handler here. On click. Sorry, it's click. I am going back between React and Vue, so. Okay, so click is, let's make a method called select category, and it's passing the category.id. And down in our method, let's just update that state. So let's make a new section here called methods. Select category, and that will accept a category. And let's just do this dot selected category is the category that's passed in. So now this should switch based on what we click. So by default it's 1, and that doesn't seem to work. Let's see what's going on. Select category is not a function. Oops, select category. Try it again. Let's refresh this. Okay. And there we go. It's getting a new, it's passing in the variable and getting a new set as we click on the category. Cool. Okay, so if you look at the design, you'll see that we have all the categories here, but we also have these 2 extra, they're not categories, but there's one for featured and one for all categories. So these are separate queries from the categories. So let's see how we could implement those. So first I want to add those 2 here. So let me just add those to the template. So just hard code them in here outside of the for loop. And let me just add a prevent here, just so, because if you click on this, it goes to the top of the page if you have a hash in here. So let me just add that. So let's do that again. Let's add link margin, and let's add one for all. Let's add one for featured. And let's see how it looks. Okay. So here we're passing in an ID. And for these ones, let me just grab this. We don't need IDs. We need a whole new query. So here's what I'm going to do. Let me add these. For this one, I'm going to pass in all, and we'll do a check in that select category method. And we'll check if it's either all, featured, and if it's not all or featured, then it's just going to be an ID, and then we can just fetch it this way. But if it's all or featured, we have to use another query here. So let me show you what I mean. So let's go back to that method, select category, and we still have to do this. We still want to update it, but now we need different queries based on the category. So if the category coming in is all, then I'm going to make a new piece of state called query, and we're going to hold each query in a variable. So let me show you what I mean. So let's make this new piece of state first called query, and we will default that to a query called books query, which we already have and should return all books. So let me fix that in a second. Let me just finish this conditional here. So else if category is featured, then we need another query called, let's call it books featured query, and we'll add that in a second. Else this dot query equals category query, which we already have, but we have to set it to this variable. So I hope that makes sense. So let me just add these queries. So I'm going to add this one since we already have it first. So let me just get rid of this. I don't need this anymore since we are using Apollo components. And what can I get rid of there? Yeah, we don't need all of this. Okay. And let me add, we can just import the queries here. So I'm going to import category query from GraphQL queries category query. And I want to set that in our state. So I can do category query, and I can set it to category query, or I can just leave it because it's the same name. So now we can replace the query that we imported up here, right here, to just category query. And everything should still work. And it does not. Sorry, did I name it category.query? It should be category.gql. Sorry, it should be GQL. Okay, so yeah, this is not going to work because I have to import this query as well. So let's go ahead and do that. This one already exists. We just have to define a variable for it. Books query it's called books, and that just returns all books. And we can add that here as well. And we might as well import this one up here that we're using already, categories query, and we'll use that. We'll just use that instead. So we'll call it categories query, and let's import that. So right here, categories query, and let's use that. Just put it underneath here. And we need one more for the featured query. So if you click featured, we want to filter by that. So I'm going to make it here. Books featured query. Books featured. And let's add that here. Books featured query. So yeah, let's take a look at that. Sorry, I had to restart my computer. I was being really slow, so I lost everything here. So let's just test out that books by featured. So books by featured, I think it takes featured, let's set it to true. And this will just return all the books. So ID, title, author, image. Okay, so let's grab this. Let's add a new query. Books featured, GQL, let's paste that in. And let's add in the variables while we're here. So it should be featured, Boolean required, and featured is featured. Okay, save that, save this, I think. Okay, this is not going to work yet. It should run, but it's not going to work. Okay. So wait, I think these ones. Okay, so right now it is, will this work? Okay, so this one doesn't work because in our template, we only have one Apollo query, and the structure of the GraphQL coming back from the backend is different for each case we have here. So we're going to need a conditional in the template here to check if it's either all featured or the default case, or the else case is going to be a category. So what is it right now? So where's the data? So right now it's defaulting to the selected category of 1, which is what you see when you reload the page. So I want it to default to all, to show all the books. So let's do that. Let's change this to all. And then we're going to have to change the structure of our Apollo query. Actually, I think I have it up here. Yeah, I do have it up here. So let me just use this, and then we'll add a conditional around this. Probably not the cleanest way, but again, this is just a first pass. So this is going to be, what is this, books query? Sorry, no, this is going to be query, because this gets updated as we click on it. As we click on these links up here. And we're changing it down here. Yeah, okay. And the default is this books query. Okay, so now we just have to add the conditionals. So let me add a div here. Do v if selected category is all. Then we can just do this. Let me just indent that. And then we can do a, so this case would be, this is going to be the else case. And I'll have an else if case as well for the featured. Let me just handle this one. So this will be div v else. And yeah, this should work, but the featured. This one should not work, but all and the categories should work. Okay, so right now it's showing all of them. Cool. If I click on one of these, it should work as well. And it does. Cool. 2, 3. Awesome. Okay. So this one's not going to work. Let's just add that case in. So we need, grab this. It's going to be else if category is featured. And this is fine. Like I said, there's a lot of repeated code here, but I'm okay with this for now. So for this, it's going to be book of data dot. If you look at the query, it's books by featured. By featured. And this remains the same. And I think this should work now. You get all of them featured. I think I have some featured in there. Books by featured of undefined. Oh yes, I need variables for this. So in this case, we can just hardcode true because we don't want the case for it's when it's false. So featured, true. Let's try it again. So there we go. So these are the featured ones. And these are the categories. So I get an error here, but it still seems to work. I'm not sure what that error is, but yeah, this seems to work. Cool. Okay, so next I want to work on routing here. So I want to click on one of these books, and then I want to go to this dedicated book page. So let's go ahead and do that. So let me make a new view called, let's call it book. And let's just copy this. And just call it, this is a book page. Okay. And let's set up the route for that. So if you go into router.js, right here, let's make a new one. We'll just duplicate this and we'll call it books. And then the wildcard is going to be ID. And we'll call it book and book.view. Okay, so that should work. So book/1. Okay. So let's make a link here for these books. So let's do that. So back to our home view, let's just add a link here. So now it has to be a link. So it changes to that. Actually, not a anchor. We're going to use a router link. And it's going to go to, let's use template strings here, /books/ book.id. And we have to do this for all of these cases here. So let me just do it like this. Didn't close it properly. Router link. And the same for this case. Router link. Okay, let's see if that works. And it does. So let me just wrap these in divs so they're block level elements. And so they're on their own line. Same with this. And this one too. And that did nothing. Oh, sorry, I meant to wrap this within a div. Is that what I meant to do? I think so. Let's try. So yeah, let's try wrapping this in a div. Okay, there we go. Okay, so no, I didn't mean to do that. I just meant to leave this as a div and have the router link here. So let me just undo these changes. Back up. Okay, so that should be back to what it was before. And yeah, I want the router link around here. So it's going to be a router link. And let me just put this at the end. And it's going to be, I should have just copied it. 2 equals /books /book ID. Okay, so yeah, that's what I want. So let's just make sure that works. Cool. If I click it, okay, it goes there. And let me just make sure I put this on these ones as well. Okay. So now that we're here, we might as well add the image and the author name in here. So I'm going to do that in here. So let me add, I think, the author first. Book author. Okay, and let's add the image. So image, let's do that in a bit. So this would be cover image, and let's bind this. And I'm going to use a template string here. And in the backend, if you remember, let me show you the database. We have the image, just the name of the file. And what I should have done is just have the full path in here so we can just grab it from the back end and just spit it out on the front end. So I'll probably make that change behind the scenes, but for now, I'm just gonna hard code the actual URL here. So it's books.ql /laravel.test/image/ and then book.image. So yeah, again, you should store the full path on the back end, but I'm not going to do that here. I just want to see it working. Okay, so there it is. And there's the rest of them. Cool. Okay, so I am going to copy this and do the same for these two. Okay. So now there should be images for all of these. Okay, featured, marketing, cool, and all the categories. Awesome. Cool. Okay. Okay, now I would need the book information as I click on this. And here we want to make another request to the backend to grab the book information here. And we have the ID in the URL here. So let's go back to our book component. And to get the ID, all you have to do is this route params ID. I think this is a $. So let's see. Okay, there you go. And if I change this, cool. So yeah, all we have to do is just grab an Apollo query here, similar to this, and just display the book information. So I am going back here. Let me remove this. Let me just indent. Okay, so query is going to be, let's just go back to the require syntax. And it's going to be GraphQL Queries book.gql. So I don't have that defined yet, but that's the one that just gets one book. And that goes like that. And we also need variables. And the variable is just going to be the route param. So it's going to be ID is route.params.id. And let's take a look at the playground to see how to structure that query. So we just need a book. So it's going to be book. Pass in the ID, hardcode 1, and ID, title, author, and we probably need all the information here since we're on the book detail page. But we'll just return what we need here. Book author, image. What else do we have here anyways? Let me check the database. So yeah, let's just return everything here. Image, description, link, featured. Description, link, featured. And we want the category. We're going to need this later on. So is it category? Yeah, it's category. And we need, let's grab the ID and the title. Okay. Sorry, this is name. Cool. So yeah, let's just grab this and let's make a new query for just book. Let's paste that in. And let's add the variables or the parameters that we need. So ID is type ID required. And here, instead of hard coding it, we'll put in the ID. Oops. ID. Okay, so that looks good. And now in here, so we no longer need a v4 since it's just one piece of information coming back. So it's just going to be, let's see, is it data? Yeah, it's just going to be data.book dot whatever. So data.book.title and data.book.author. And you can put in the rest of the stuff. We'll add this when we style it. But let's put the image in here as well. So image source is, again, I'm going to hard code the URL, but you should store this on the backend as a full path. BooksQL Laravel test image / data.book.image. Okay. Book cover. To close this out. And let's see if this works. So it does work. Awesome. Yeah, so it works for all of our books here. And let's go back to the home page and see if clicking it works. Awesome. So yeah, I thought I could fit all of this into an hour, but this is already pretty long. So I'm going to stop it here. So we have all our queries done, which takes care of reading the data, but we still have to work on the mutations. So if you look at our design, we can edit and delete a book from here, and we can also add a book from here. And there's also CRUD operations for categories, but we'll just be focusing on the books here. I'd like to continue working on the front end of our GraphQL application, and more specifically, I like to work on mutations. So in the last video, we got most of our queries working. So we have the ability to display all books, featured books, and books in certain categories here. And we also have routing, so it goes to a specific book and shows the details of that. And now I'd like to work on mutations. So if you look at our design, you'll see that there are links here for editing and deleting this specific book. And there's also a link here for adding a book. So let's start with adding a book, and then we'll work on creating and deleting, updating and deleting after. So back into our home view, let's go all the way up here and let's just put a link here. Let's make it a router link. And we are going to make it go to books create / create. So let me just put that in the router. So I am going to duplicate this one. And I'm going to put it up here so it takes precedence over this one. So books create, or let me name it books add. That kind of sounds better because you're not creating a book, you're adding a book. So let's name it add book. And let's name it add book view. Okay, let's make a new component here for adding a book.view. And let's just put something in here. Form for adding a new book goes here. Okay, and let's see if this works. And I don't think I have my app running. I do have it running. So where is it? Oh, I forgot to put something in here. Add a book. So there it is. Okay. Did I change this? I think I forgot to change that. Books add. Sorry, books add. So let's try that again. So there we go. Okay. So I'm just going to paste in a very generic form here for adding a book and all the fields of a book, just so you don't have to watch me add the form fields, because that's going to add a lot of time. So let me just do that.
A few moments later.
Okay, so here's what I added. It's just a basic form, and there's nothing Vue specific here yet. And there's some basic styles in here, so it doesn't look too ugly. It still looks very ugly, but there we go. And these categories are hard-coded as well. Okay, so let's start making this dynamic. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is populate these with the correct categories. So let's go ahead and grab some code from here. So the one with the categories, let's grab this Apollo query. And let's go back to add book. And let's paste it right underneath here. So underneath this form group. And let's remove this. And let's just list the categories here. So let's put it as a div. Take off this href. And let's get the correct query. So you already have this. It's this is required in. And it's @/GraphQL/queries/categories.gql. And let's remove this click handler and the class. And if I did this correctly, this should show the categories in our book view. And it does, cool. So we want this, but we want it in the dropdown. So let's just replace this div with a select, because that's what we want. We just want to copy this. And each one of these is going to be each one of these in the v4. So we'll change it to option. And we will add a value here. The value is category.id. And in here, it's just going to display the category name. So this should work now. Let me comment this out, or just remove it. I'm going to take this, move it in there, and this should now populate the categories, and it does. Cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so now I would like to add a V model to all of these fields and just hold them as state in this component, because we eventually have to submit this to a backend. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's start with this V model equals title. And I'm going to do the same for all of the fields. This one is author. This one is image. And obviously this is going to be some sort of image picker component or like a file uploader, but that's out of the scope of this tutorial. Description, V model, description, link, featured, and for the select, we can put a category here. And now let's make some state. Script, data, turn. So let's just put everything we just defined. So title, author, image, description, link, featured will be false by default, and the default category is just 1. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, so we're not going to see any changes here, but if we open DevTools, let's see if this reacts to changes. Let's go into our component and change. Does this change? It does. Cool. Author, image, description, link, featured, works. This works. Awesome. Okay, now let's work on that create book mutation. So let me go into GraphQL Playground first. And let's try it out here. So it's going to be mutation. I think I have one called create book. And this takes in the ID. Oh, no ID. Just whatever parameters you need to create the book. So title. New book, author, and all the other fields. Okay, so here is the mutation. So let's try this out. Okay, so that created a new one called new book. Let's just double check the database. So it should be number 25. And there it is. Cool. And it added everything we specified in the query. Okay. So we can copy this. And let's go ahead and make a new query under mutations. A new mutation, I mean. Let's call it add book or create book. I'll name it add book. But the actual mutation is called create book. Yeah, just get your names right. Create book. So let me just replace these. So I'm gonna put a bracket here. Oops, I want it here. And I'm gonna paste that in. And then I'm gonna replace that with variables. Okay, and now let me just replace these with the variables. Okay, so now back to add book. Let's make a new submit handler on the form. Where's form? Here it is. Add submit.prevent. Let's call it add book. And let's go ahead and make a method. Methods, add book. And let's just see if this works. Okay, add book, adding book. And let's go into the documentation and take a look at how to do mutations. So let's grab this. So this Apollo mutate. So it's all of this. I think it's all of this. So it's pretty long. And a lot of stuff we don't need, so let's just work with this. See if it's the right indentation. So this closes this. Okay. Don't need this. Okay, so we don't need any of this. Don't need that. But we do need the variables. And let's go ahead and just import this instead of using this GQL thing here. So let me this. And we'll call it create add book. Yeah, let's call it add book. And let's import that up here. Just like we did in the last video. So import add book from GraphQL Mutations add book.gql. Okay. Oh, sorry, this goes outside. And this can be add book. And the variables. So let me just grab everything in here. See if we can just do this. And let's see if we can work some magic here. Copy that. And say this dot. Let's add. Okay. I think that is it. Let's see if I did everything correctly. So, any errors? No errors. Cool. So if you're curious about what this WebSocket is, it has to do with GraphQL subscriptions, which is a feature of GraphQL. And I haven't explored it yet in the Lighthouse package, but I think this is what this WebSocket error is coming from, where this WebSocket error is coming from. So just ignore it for now. Okay, so let's see if this works. So this is what happens when it's successful in this then callback after the promise resolves. So we just want to console log the book that is added. And in our query, we're just returning the ID and the title. Okay, so let's try this. Say great book, great author, and the image is going to be broken. Like I said, it's just a text field, so just make sure this image exists or it's going to be broken. This is the description. Same with the link. Just make sure you add a proper link. See if this works, and let's see if this works. So it should be 2, category ID 2, if it works. So it looks like it did work. Awesome. So there's the data coming back. It's just the ID and the title. And just to double check, we can check the database. And there should be a new one in here. And there is. Awesome. And 2 is correct for category ID, and everything else looks like it worked. So what do we want to do when the promise resolves? So we want to clear this information, or in our case, we just want to redirect back home. So let's do that. So let's just do this, router push, and let's just go back home. So one more time. One more. Author, image. I'm just going to type gibberish. Featured, biography. So now this should redirect to the home page. And it does. Let's see if it's down here. And there it is. Cool. And let's check the database just to make sure. Should be in there. 27. There it is. Cool. Okay, so now let's work on editing a book. So we go into one of them, and then we want to be able to edit this book. So we want a link in here. So let's add that link first. So let's go to book, and just underneath this, let's add 2 links here. Let's just say edit and delete. And let's both give them a class of, what did I name it? I think a link margin, just to give it some margin on the right. And let's see how this looks. All right, let's put that in a div. Just wrap it in a div like this. Cool. Okay, so now it's on the bottom. Awesome. So let's start with editing. So let's go into our router and make a new one for editing. So I want it to be books ID / edit. Books ID / edit. And let's name it edit. Let's name it edit book. Okay. And I'm gonna duplicate this one because we're going to be reusing a lot of the logic here. Duplicate. Let's call it edit book. And say edit book. Let's change this to edit book. And down here, let's change it to edit book. Actually, no, that was the method, right? Yeah. And let's change this one to update book. And we will import that. And we have to make that new mutation. And let's change this to. Okay, so let's first, again, play around in the playground. And let's check out how this works. So I'm going to paste that in because it's very similar. Update book. But now we need an ID. So let's update the one we just created, or the one we created in here. So 25. And let's say new book changed, Andre changed, image changed, Amazon, changed description, and featured false, category 2. And we just want to return the ID and title. See if this works. I think it's called update book. So it did work. Let's see if all that stuff changed in the database. 25. So you saw all of that changed. Cool. So let me grab this and let's do the same thing. Say update book. Let's paste that in. And let's add all the parameters in here. So we need all of this stuff. Let me just do this. Okay. And there's be a $sign here. And they are mostly strings. So let me just do that, and I will edit this. ID, this is required. This is required. These are not required. This is a Boolean. And the category is an int, required. Okay. And same for this. Change this. Oops. Just add the variable like that. And that should do it. Update book. Update book. Okay. And let's give that a try. So right now it is not going to populate it with the information that it already has. We'll do that right after. So it should go to 16/edit. We'll put the link here. Let me just put that right now. So edit book and book. This should be a router link to what is it, /books /ID/edit. So there should be book.id. Okay, does that work? So what's wrong? Data.book.id. Okay. Okay, so yeah, like I said, this should show the information about the book, but we haven't done that yet. I just want to check that it does update, but I think I forgot something here. So in our update book, so we have the ID here, but for edit book, we don't have the ID here as state. Actually, we don't need it as state, but we do need it when we're passing it to the mutation. So let's just add that. ID is this.route.params.id. So let's save that. And let me just go to one that I created down here, just so I don't edit one of the ones that has a proper image. So this one, edit. Okay, so title is 27, since that's the ID. Author, change, and for this stuff, let me just do this. Let's make it ASDF for all of them. Featured and science. And what did I do? after I just, oh, it's going to go back. I don't want to do this. Let's just see if it works. And seems like it did work. There you go, 27. Let's check the database. There you go. So it added all that. I mean, it updated all that. And everything seems correct. So where do I want it to go? After we go in here, we edit it. I want it to go back to the read page. So instead of this, we just want it to go to /books/ this route.params.id. Okay. But yeah, like I said, we want this information to be populated as we hit edit. So this has to be populated with the correct information. So we already have a query for that, and we already did that in the book view. So let's do something similar. So let's import book from, just grab this, queries book.gql. And instead of using the Apollo query component, I'm just going to do it the original way, where we just use that Apollo field here, because I need to do something after it is successful. And I don't think there's a way to do that with the component. So let me show you what I mean. So if you go into the API reference, there is the example I'm going to show you in here. So this result hook is what I want to make use of. So this code is executed after a successful query. And I need that because I want to update the state once we have a successful query. So let me just grab all of this and remove what I don't need later. Okay. So I'm going to put it right here. Okay, so let's make a state to hold the book. So I'll put it in here, and it'll be null by default. And this is what we want to populate. So book. And the query we already have imported up here, so we want it to be book. So we can remove this. And variables. So we have to use it. This way is the correct way. If you look at the original example over here, it is just, where's variables? Variables. Yeah, it's just an object here, but we have to use a method, and I'll tell you why as I write the code. So I tried doing it this way originally, and it didn't get the route parameters, which we need because that's the variable we need. So let me just show you what I mean. This route params. So you have to wait for the route params to be available, and this is the way to do it. Let's do that. And the variable we want is the ID. And it'll be this route.params.id. So yeah, like I said, if you just did this, like this, then it wouldn't work. The route param won't be available. So you have to use this method. Okay, so we don't need this. but we do need this result. And we don't need any of this other stuff. And I don't think I need this. Okay. So all I want to do here is just update this state over here, just so this information can show here in the template. So I just want to do this .title equals, so it's going to be data.book.title. And I want the same for the rest of the states. So this is going to be author. This will be image. And category is going to be a bit different. It's just going to be data.category.id, because that's the way the data is coming back. So if I did this correctly, this should work, hopefully. And it does. Cool. So as you can see, the data is populated with the correct information. So which one is this? This is number 3. So if I were to change this in the back end, this should update. Number 3, Sapiens, changed. And let me just save that. If I refresh this, it should be reflected there. Cool. So one more test here to see if this works. I don't want to change this one because it's going to change the image. It's changed. Let's make it not featured. And let's make it go to biography. Update book. This should go back to the Vue page. It does. And it looks like it worked. Check the database. Refresh. There we go. Awesome. Okay, now let's work on deleting, and that should be it. So I want to delete this, and then I want it to go back to the main page with this deleted. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go to our book.vue. So right here. And let's add a script here. We have to import that delete query. Delete book mutation, I mean. So import, we'll make this in a second. Delete book from GraphQL Mutations delete book.gql. Okay, let's make that delete book. And let's go to GraphQL Playground and check out how to delete a book. So it's just mutation. You need the ID, and that's it, I think. Oh, sorry. Delete book. You need the ID. Let's delete the last one here, 27. And that's it. We can return the ID of the deleted thing and even the title if you want. And that should be gone. Cool. So let's grab this. Let's paste it in here. Should be an ID required. And then ID is ID. Okay. Back to book. Let's put a click handler on this. The delete link. And let's do prevent so it doesn't scroll to the top of the page. So delete book. And let's add a methods in here. Delete book. So this dot Apollo.mutate, mutation, delete book, and variables. We can just do it the normal way. So ID this dot route dot params dot ID, and then smooths up data. Just console log it, and let's go back to the home page. So this router push home, and that should do it. Let's see if this works. Okay, so let's go home and let's delete the last one. Let me just refresh this. So let's go all the way here. Let's go to 26, great book. Okay, let's delete it. Okay, that looked like it worked. 26 should be here. Okay, it's still here. Okay, so it is still here. That's because it's cached. So if I refresh this, it should be gone. So yeah, we have to handle that case. Let me just show you the database. It should be gone. I didn't really do too much research, or I didn't think about it too much of how to solve that issue of caching. We obviously want caching if it was like a real app, because that would save hitting the database. But for this case, I just removed caching completely, which is not ideal, but it does work. So I think it's called fetch policy. So if I change this to no cache, then it's not going to cache at all. No cache. So let's try it again. Let's delete new book changed, delete, and that should be gone. It is gone. Awesome. It should be out of the database too. Awesome. So there you have it, guys. We've done a lot of work here on our front end and now have complete CRUD functionality for all of our books. So a few things I would consider if this were a real app. The first one would be, so remember when we did categories here? This is just happening in the browser. Say, for example, you wanted to send a link to someone with the specific category selected. That wouldn't work. So what I would consider is adding a route to save the state. So that would be like categories/4 as we click this. And then you can send this off to someone and that would preserve the state. So that's one thing I would consider doing. Another thing I would consider doing is using Nuxt for server-side rendering, mainly just for SEO, if you care about SEO. And it also makes routing slightly easier. So yeah, that's another thing I would consider, using Nuxt. And yeah, I think that's it for now. I'd like to style our GraphQL app with Tailwind CSS. You've seen the design throughout the videos already, so let's go ahead and get started. So there's the design we'll be recreating, and yeah, let's get started. So let's go to Tailwind, the docs, and let's install it. So npm install Tailwind CSS. Okay. Next is to create a Tailwind config. So just do this command, and we'll name it Tailwind.js. Tailwind.js. Okay. Next is to create a CSS entry point. So let me just grab this. And let's put it in assets. Let's put it in here. Call it main CSS. Okay, What's next? Next, we can just paste this into our postcss.config.js. Let's do that. I think there's a postcss config.js. There it is. So let me just do that. Okay. All right. And then that's it. So let's remove our styles here. The default styles. I think it's an app view. So there's some default style here. So I'm going to remove all of this. And I'm going to import our main CSS. So source equals /assets main CSS, I believe. And then let's just see if this works. Let's just put something here. p.bg blue text white. Lorem 20. Okay, see if this works. And I think I forgot to change this. So it's .tailwind.js. Okay, so there we go. There is Tailwind working, and we can start. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is change the font. So the font I'm using in my design is Roboto. So let's import that and use it. So I'm going to go into app view. Actually, no, I'm going to import it in here. So I'm just going to paste in the import from Google Fonts. And I'm using just the regular weight and the bold weight. And now in our app view, I can set the font stack here. Font sans. Let's make it anti-aliased as well. And let's make everything black. Let's make sure to update the font stacks. So right here. So let's put Roboto on top. Okay. Or I can just move this up. That's fine. Okay, now I think it's using Roboto. Let's double check. It is not. I'm sorry, this is supposed to be class. Okay, that should work now. Okay, that looks like Roboto. Awesome. It's Roboto. Cool. Okay, so let's start with the header here, or the nav. So let's do that. Okay. Let me just remove this. And we'll make use of this. So ID nav, and we'll add a class. And I'm just going to make it BG purple dark. I'll just use Tailwind's default colors. And I want a container here, so the whole thing is constrained within a container. And Tailwind does come with one, but you have to uncomment it in the Tailwind config. Container. So yeah, I want to center it, and I do want some padding. So let me uncomment that. And let's put these within a container. Okay. And let's see how this looks. Okay, cool. So I'm going to want the logo here and then these two on the right. So let's make it flex. Right here. Flex. I want items center, so they're vertically in the center, and justify between to send them to the left and the right. And let's add some padding. So now the first flex item is going to be the logo. So let's add a new container for that. Logo here. It's a link. And I want it to go home, so we'll do that. And it's an image. And I already have it in here. It's SVG. So let's do slash assets slash logo.svg, and we'll do logo here. And then the second flex item is going to be these two. So let's wrap it in a div. And let's see how this looks. Okay, looking pretty good. Let's just fix these. So I'm going to do this. Class equals, so I want it to be white. And I want it to have a hover, just of a change of color when you hover. So let's do text gray light when you hover over it. And I want some padding on just this one. Okay. Okay, looks pretty good. And then I want to remove the underline. First, okay, that pipe is right here. And I want to remove the underline on all of the links. So we'll do it in here. So we'll just add it after this. A text decoration none. Cool. Okay, now let's move on to the next section, which should be the hero. So this part over here. And it's within a container as well, but it has a gray background, so we have to do the same thing. So let's do that. So I'm going to put it in home because it only appears in home. So let's put it up here. Let's just make some room for it here. Okay, I'm going to name it hero. I want some BG gray light, and I want a margin bottom of 24. And then this is where the container goes. And just put some stuff in here. See how it looks. Okay, looking good. And again, I want to flex, make it a flex container, and then this will be one item, and this will be the other item. And I can justify content space between. So let's do that. So it's going to be flex item center, justify between, and let's give it some padding. So now the two flex items should be, the first one on the left is where this goes. So let's say book recommendation site built with GraphQL. So let's make it an H1. Book recommendation site built with GraphQL. And then underneath it, I'll have built with Laravel. I should just paste this in. Too bad you're watching me type it. GraphQL. Okay, and the other flex item is going to be the hero image. And I also have an SVG for that. And it's in assets. It's called hero SVG. And let's put hero in here. Okay, so let's see how this looks. Okay, it doesn't seem to be flexing. What did I do wrong here? I spelled it wrong, that's why. That's great. Okay, cool. I actually don't want item center here. So let's remove that. Okay. So for this, I don't want it to be the full width. So I just want it to be like here. So let's add a class. Let's see if I can do width 3/4 or something like that. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Let me add a margin here. Just push it down a bit. Okay, cool. So let's try putting the width on here, on the H1 and also on this. So class equals width 3/4. Okay, so that's better. And let's just put a margin here after the H1. Say MB4. Cool. And the line height looks a bit too tight here. So let's do letting normal, I think. Okay. Okay, now let's add, I think I have buttons here. Yeah, so the Vue Books and the Vue Screencasts buttons. So let's go ahead and do that. So there's going to be another section here, and it's going to be flex as well. And items center. And let's make them anchor tags. Class equals BG purple dark text white. I want it to be rounded. PX4, PY4. This gives a margin right. And I want it to be slightly different when you hover over it. So let's do hover, it's slightly lighter. And it's going to be called Vue Books. See how that looks? Okay, looking pretty good. Just put a margin after the paragraph. Right here. Say 6. Okay. And let's do the other button. So it's going to have a border purple dark, border solid. It's going to be rounded as well. It's going to be purple dark, PX4, PY4, and hover BG purple and hover text white. This one's called Vue Screencasts. Okay, looking pretty good. Hover works. Awesome. Okay, let's continue working on the next section, which is the grid of books. So let me just turn on my grid here. And as you can see, it's in quarters. So 1 quarter here and 1 quarter for each of the books. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go into the Tailwind docs, and if you just search for grid, we'll just make use of this and change it to our needs. So I want something with a gap. So let's look for that. Column spacing. Okay, so this one is in thirds. And yeah, just make use of this. Okay, so where am I? Okay, I'm going to put it right after the hero. So this is the hero. Let me just end this. And let's see what we get with this. This should be thirds. Let's see if that works. Okay, so it does work. Cool. So let's wrap this in a container. Cool. Okay, this is not aligned here. I think I don't need this one. So let's remove this. And this one as well. Okay, see how that looks. Okay, so now that's lined up, I think. Yeah, cool. And we want quarters. So let's make 1 more of these and then make them quarters. So 1/3 should be 4. Okay. Okay, looking good. And I want the gap to be a bit bigger. So I'm going to change these 2's. I'll change these to 4. Okay. Awesome. So if you take a look at the design, we obviously want several books, and we're going to be looping over some sort of variable that has all the books. So we want it to wrap. So let me show you what I mean. So right now, if I can just keep adding more of these, then it's not going to wrap. It's just going to stay on the same line here. We do want it to wrap, so if we add flex wrap, it will wrap. Okay, that's what we want. Let's just add a margin bottom on them as well. So for these, let's just put MB, say 12 or something. Okay, that looks good. However, we don't want the whole thing to wrap because this first section, the first quarter, is just the menu, and then we want these to wrap. So let's make some changes here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the first one to be 1 quarter and then the next one to be 3 quarters. And then within that, I'll have more items. Let's see how that looks first. Okay, that looks good. And from within here, we want these items to wrap. So let's add flex to this one. Flex wrap. And then these ones we want to be 1/3 each. So if class equals width 1/3, let's add that px4 and the MB12. So let's see how this looks. Let's just say lorem 20 or something. And let's add a few. See if that works. Okay, so that is looking like what we want. Let's add a few more, see if it wraps. And it does. So that is looking like the layout that we want. Cool. Okay, so this first section is where we want the navigation to be. So let's do that. So here's where the nav goes. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab that. This is the one, so let's grab this whole thing and let's just see how that looks right here. Let's reindent that and let's see what we have. Okay, cool. Let's make this an unordered list with some list items. So here, instead of a div, let's make a UL. And these are still anchor tags, but they have to be list items. So let's do that for these. And the same for this one. See where that gets us. Okay. I didn't do the list item correctly for this one. So yeah, this should be a list item because that's the thing we're iterating over. So we don't need this anymore. But this should be an anchor tag now. Let's see if this works. Okay, excellent. And we also want the add book here. So I think I have it down here. Yeah, so let's just add this one too at the bottom. So after this loop, we just add this. And let's wrap that in an li as well. Okay. So I don't want these numbers. That was just there so I can see the ID. Okay. And let's remove the bullet points. So for the UL, I can do class equals list reset. And let's also make it a bit larger. Okay. And if you look at the design, the spacing between them is pretty liberal. So let's add some margin for all of these. Here, here. I want to put it here. Oh, there's already a class on that one. Let me just add that after. So class equals, say, MB6. And let's take this out and MB6. Okay, cool. Looks good. And let's just remove these purple links. So we can do here on the class. So let me just do it for these ones first. So text black, and let's also make a hover state. Hover text gray darkest. So let me just copy this. Oh, there's two. Just want one. And I have to add it to this too. Class equals this, and this one too, I think. Okay. Looking good. There's the hover state. Very subtle, but that's good for me. Okay, looking pretty good. Okay, so now let's work on the book images here. So right here, they should be in here and they should be looped over. So let me just grab one of these from, I'm going to grab this one here. So I'll take care of the different cases later on. Let me just try to get one working and displaying correctly. So I'm going to remove these ones and just work with just this one. Okay, so let's paste this in and see what we get. Okay. Okay, so it is not in the grid format that we want. Let's see what's going on here. So we want the thing that we're iterating over to have these classes. So this actually belongs in here, where we're iterating over the books. So let's see if that works. Okay, so I made it smaller, but still not quite what we want. That's because the parent component of this should have the flex container. So let's move this in here. So this is the parent of this. So I think this should work. Okay, there we go. So yeah, there's a lot of nested divs here. And yeah, so that should be fine actually. So let me just move the title and the author underneath. So I'm just going to move this underneath the book. Okay. And you can see it's not a block element, so let's just wrap this in a div. Okay, looking better. And the book's images are almost the same size, but you can see some of them are not the same height. So we can specify a hard height on the image. So here we can add a class on the image. And you just put H64 was what I found worked for me. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Now everything's aligned. Okay, and let's add just a small margin underneath it. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now we can work on the styling of the title and the author. So it's just bolded and slightly lighter color. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm also going to remove the ID. I don't want that. Just want the title. Okay, and let's add a class on this. Let's make it slightly bigger. Let's make it bold. And is it a link color right now? It is. So let's make it black. And let's make it hover text gray darkest. And let's put a slight margin on it. Okay, let's see if the hover works. Okay, there's a subtle hover color change there. And let's work on the author. And I just want the color to be a bit lighter. Text gray darkest. Okay, so that looks pretty good to me. Okay, cool. Let's also add the link. Right now it's just to, it's only on the title. Let's put it on the image as well. So let's just grab this router link and we can just paste it here. Let's close that. And I can close the router link here. See if that works. Okay, it does. Cool. I think this has to be block, or the margin doesn't apply. There we go. So that moved down slightly. Cool. Okay, now let's work on getting this other stuff to work, because right now we only have this case working. So let's go ahead and do that. So if you look down here, we have if category is all, else if it's featured, else it's just one of the categories. And we can do the same here. And we can just put the conditional on the actual Apollo query. So we can do this. And then we can grab the other cases as well. So I'm going to copy this. Let's put it in here. And that case is, what's that case? Else if it's featured. So we'll do that. For this case, let's put it in here. And then let's do the last case here. It's just else. So I'm just going to grab all this. And let's put a else on this. And let's see if this works. Sorry, I think I put this in the wrong place. This should be up here. Yeah, up here, sorry. Yep. Put that in there. That should work now. Let's see. Okay, so there we go. Let's see if this works now. Okay. We have to change that, but you can see that these are changing. Awesome. Okay, so for featured, you have to do the same thing. So let's do that. So featured is this one. And what did we do again? We added this class for the thing that we're iterating over. So we're iterating over this. Let's add the class. And then for here, we added class equals flex wrap. So let's do the same thing here. Class equals flex wrap. And the thing we're iterating over gets that class. See if that works. Cool. Featured. Okay, so that's working. And these work too. But now these are in a different format as well. So we can just do the same thing we did up here for the all category, or we can just extract this to a component and make use of and reuse it down there. So that's probably the smart thing to do. So let me just copy this. Let's comment it out, and let's make one called a new component called book listing, and then we'll pass in the book. Cool. Let me close that, and let's make that component. Where's my components? Call it book listing .view template. Let's paste that in, and we're going to accept a book prop script. Props, let's just use the array syntax. It's going to be a book. Okay, and let's import that in here, down here. Let's say import book listing from components /book listing view, and then we can use this in here. And let's see if I did everything correctly. Okay, so it looks like I did. Let me just refresh to make sure, and it does work. So we have that new book component, and now we can just make use of that in the other ones. So let me grab this, and I'll just leave this in here. So if you look at the code, you'll see that in there. But we don't need this anymore. What is this? So yeah, we can just remove this and say book listing. And same for this book listing. Okay, let's see if that works. So all works. Featured. I don't know why that doesn't work. Why is there no image? Oh, sorry, I forgot to add the image into the component. So it's here still. That's why I was working in the first case. So let me just grab that. Save that. Now the first one shouldn't have. Okay, so now we can just add that in the book listing. Sorry about that. That should work now. There we go. Featured. Awesome. Awesome. Everything works. And is looking pretty good now. Awesome. I say awesome a lot. Okay, let's quickly make it responsive. Not too much work here. So the navigation is fine since there isn't too much in the nav. I just want this to stack after a certain breakpoint. So I'm going to make it, I think 992 is the large breakpoint right there. So we'll just work with that one. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. So up here, so on mobile, we want it to be flex direction of column, so it stacks. But on large screens, we want it to be flex row. Large screens, we also want justify between. And that should stack now, I think. And it does, cool. I just want some margin on top of the image. So let's do that for the image container. So that is right here. So on mobile, I want empty, let's say 12, let's say 10. Okay, that's fine. And then large, empty 0. Okay. See if the normal one still works. Okay, it is. Cool. So it looks pretty good. This we can make full width too. It might look weird when it's still kind of big, but you can add more breakpoints if you want. So let's make it full width here. So this thing right here. So on large screens, we want width 3/4, same with this one. But width full on mobile and up. Width full. Okay, cool. So that looks pretty good. Awesome. That's that. And for this, I just want to stack this. So again, it probably looks fine at a certain point. Like here, you can still fit like maybe 2, but I'm just going to stack it. So first, remember how we had 1/4 and 3/4? Let's stack that first. So 1/4 right here. So large screen, we want 1/4. And mobile and up, let's do that. And same for the 3/4 one. With full, large, with 3/4. Okay, so that stacks, cool. And then we also want the same for the thirds here. So I have to do it for each case. Let's just do it for this one. Sorry, not this, just the categories for this case. So right here, large, width full. And did that do anything? Okay, there we go, cool. Again, that's kind of still a lot of room here, but I think you get what I'm trying to do here. So let's just put this on the other cases too. Let me just grab this. So here and here. So now it should work for all of these cases. Let me just refresh it first. So all cool, featured, cool. Oh, this is the other thing. We can just delete this. This is what we had before. And all these cases. Awesome. So it is responsive now. Let me just get rid of all this stuff after. What's this? This is the container. So that's the end of it. And container. So all of this stuff. What is this? And that's probably the whole container. Yeah, so all of this stuff we don't need. Cool. Let's see if everything still works. Awesome. It's responsive. Let's see if large screens still work. And it does. Okay, let's quickly make this view work. Not going to make it too pretty, just a little bit. I think I do have a design for it. Yeah, let's just do something like this. Okay, so I think it's called book view. So book.view. Let's just add a container. Okay. And in here is where we can style it. So I'm going to add flex, let's add a margin, and I'm going to do responsive at the same time here just so I can save some time. Okay, so the first flex item, I want that to be the image. So let me just make a div for it, and then I'll move the image inside of it. And then the other flex item should have these inside of it. Oops. And even this stuff I want inside. Oh yeah, let me just grab these as well. Okay, see how this looks. Okay. And yeah, let me just style this real quick. So the title first. Class equals text 4XL, font bold. For the author, we want text 2XL, text gray darkest. Let's add a margin bottom. And I think I don't have the description, so let's add that. Text LG. And we can leave that. And say letting normal. And data book description. Okay, let's see how that looks. Okay. So I don't want this to be full width, this part. So let's change that. So up here. So let's do mobile at the same time. So mobile I want width full, but for large screens I just want it to be 2/3. And on mobile, margin left of 0, but on large screens, let me add a margin 2. Large screens, MT 0. And large screens, ML 16. Margin left 16. And that's looking pretty decent. And I also want a view link button here. So let's do that quickly. So right under the description, let's add a new container. Let's make it that. And let's add href of data.book.link. Let's make sure to bind that. Okay. And then let's make it open in a new window. Class equals, so this is just the same button as on the main screen. So this button right here. Okay, let's see how that looks. Okay, so it looks pretty good, and this should open the link. Awesome. And this is pretty good too. Let me just add I'm going to remove this link margin. Actually, let's use Tailwind's classes. And I want a mid dot in between. Where's edit? This one's edit. Then I want a mid dot. So that looks pretty good to me. And let's check if responsive works. And it does. Cool. Okay, so the edit and the create screens are the same. So I'm just going to do one of them. And I'm not going to make it look too nice. I don't actually have a design for that. I'll work on the create one, but let's just make it so it's not ugly. So create book, I think I named it. Add book. Oh, sorry, that's the query. Add book view. So let's first add a container on this. Let's add a margin top too. Okay. And I'm just going to make use of the styles I already have down here. So type equals text. So I'm just going to paste in some stuff to add some, because Tailwind in the resets remove the borders for the text areas. So I just added that back in with this. Okay. And I'm just going to do label display block. And that is good enough for me. Let me just add some spacing here. Create book. MB4. And for all the labels, so I'm just going to add maybe a font bold on these. Class equals font bold. And maybe a margin bottom of 2. Okay, that looks pretty decent. So yeah, you can do the same for the edit book, but I'm pretty happy overall with how the styling is. And yeah, so let's do a final check, make sure everything still works. So we can change the categories. Okay, cool. Can we add a book? Just add something. Add author. Let's just add an image that exists so it looks decent. Awesome new book. Let's say Amazon. Let's make it featured and let's put it in business. And there it is right there. Cool. Let's see if edit works. It should work. I didn't change anything there. Yeah, you can restyle this, but change, update. Awesome. So there you have it, guys. We managed to style our GraphQL application using Tailwind CSS. I'd like to deploy our GraphQL app to a real production server. I've received a few questions on how to do deployment, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll be using Laravel Forge to deploy the Laravel backend, and for the front end, I'll also use Forge, but I'll also show you how to do it with Netlify. So I've made a few changes to get this app ready for production. So let me just go over them here. So the first is in the backend. Here I am in the Git repo. And let me just go to the commits. And this last one, I mentioned in a few videos ago that you should use absolute URLs. So before I just had the name of the book file, book image, and now I have an absolute path, and I'm using Cloudinary to host the images. So this is probably what I'd do if this were a real app, as Cloudinary is the best service for hosting images, as it offloads some of the load off of your server and is also a CDN. So yeah, I just changed all of these to Cloudinary links. And for the Vue end, let's go into here, check out the commits. And so I changed the book URL to, instead of relative, it's now just getting it from the backend. So that's one change I made. Same here. And here, I made two changes. For this one, I'm now using, so I changed the endpoint to the actual endpoint we'll be using. I'm going to put it to this domain because that's sort of a test domain I use. And I also added a .env file. So let me show you in the actual code. So I added a .env.development.local file. So the way this is going to work is if we're running in development, then it's going to get it from the environment file. But if we build it for production, which we'll do in a second, then it will use the correct production endpoint. So here's the local file, and it's just pointing at the development server. Okay, so those are the changes I made. And I think there's one more. Yeah, I just turned off this WebSockets just to get rid of those annoying errors in the console. And yeah, that's it. So let's go ahead and go into Forge and start here. So I'm going to go into Forge. I'm going to go into Laravel e-commerce, and I'll make a new one. So like I said, I'm going to deploy it to this domain, booksql.laravelecommerce.ca. So let's do that. And general PHP, Laravel, and public, that's fine. So let's add that site. Okay, let's go into it. And let's install a Git repo. And the Git repo is Trey himself /booksql/Laravel. Okay, install the repo. Okay, so before I deploy it, I want to make a new database because this server already has a default database for the Laravel e-commerce app that's on it. So I am going to make a new database. So just go here, database, and let's make a new one here. Let's call it booksql, and we'll add a user later on. I mean, right now. So we can add one here. Let's do booksql_user, and let's just say secret password. I'm going to delete this after, so it doesn't matter. And can access this new booksql database we just made. And let's add that user, booksql user secret password. And it's installing. And it's done, okay. So I'm going to SSH into the server and change the .env file. So let's go ahead and do that. So let me just SSH forge at Laravel e-commerce example.ca. Okay, so that new one should be there, and there it is right there, booksql.laravel e-commerce example.ca. And there is an environment file. So I'm gonna go ahead and change the database credentials to the one we just created. Okay, so I changed the credentials there. Let me just quit out of here. And now we can deploy it. So I'll go back into our site. And let's deploy it, and hopefully it works. And it looks like it did work. Let's check over here. So books.ql.laravel e-commerce example.ca. Okay, so it did work. I just want to quickly add SSL. It's like 2 clicks, so let's just do that. And obtain certificate, and that should do it. Okay, that's active. Let's see if it's HTTPS now. And it is, cool. So now we should be able to hit our GraphQL endpoint on this new server. So let's open GraphQL Playground. And let's go to that endpoint /GraphQL. GraphQL. And that should work. Let me just make this bigger. And yeah, this query should work. Let's see if it works. Oh, so there's no data in there yet. I have to seed the database. So let's go into here. And this is the app. We can do PHP artisan db seed. And yes. And now this should work. So there you go. There's all the books in our new server. Okay, now let's work on our front end. So all we have to do is run the npm run build command. So let me just open up a new tab here. BooksQL Vue. Okay, and I just have to run this command, npm run build. And this will make a new dist folder, which will package up everything we need to build for production. So there you go. We have this new dist folder with all the files we need, and we can just use this to upload to our server. So you should definitely make use of purge CSS to make your file size much lower for Tailwind CSS. And I actually have a video on that, which I will link to below. And let's just take a look at this in our code. So we have a new dist folder here, and we'll just be uploading this. But let's just make sure that it is not using this one. This is the development one, but using the production, this one. So Laravel e-commerce example. So let's just double check and search for it here. Okay, so it's not that file. It's probably this file. Okay, so there it is. So we know it built correctly. So in theory, before we throw this up on a server, we should actually be able to run it here. So I'm just going to go into the dist folder, and I'm going to run my own server. And I have one called, an alias called server, and it just runs a PHP server. So I'm just going to do in the current directory. So I'm going to do that. And it's running in localhost 8888, and this should work. So there we go. And it's pulling from the actual server. Let's make sure it works, and it does. Cool. So let's throw this up on Forge first. So I'm going to make a new site, again on Laravel e-commerce. And I'm going to call it books. So books.Laravel e-commerce example.ca. Not to be confused with BooksQL, where our backend lives. So this is just a static HTML. So the web root will just be the root, which is fine. And let's go ahead and add this. Okay, it's done. Let's add SSL. So let's go into it actually. Let's add SSL. Okay. Okay, that's done. So if we hit this, so it should be books, there should be a default page there. And there is, cool. So if you want to see that on the server, it should be here. So there it is, books.laravel ecommerce example.ca. And there's this stat index PHP. So this is where everything in the dist folder goes. So if you just drop it in here, it should work. So we can set a Git repo if we want, but I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned way and just FTP it in. So I'm going to use my FTP app, transmit, and let me just open it up. And there it is, kind of small, sorry about that. I can't zoom in. So it's just books, and I'm just gonna, I think I have it here. I'm just gonna drag it in. So the dist folder, I'm gonna delete this. And I'm just gonna grab everything in dist. So everything in here and just drag it in. Okay, that's done. So now this should work. And it does awesome. So let's try, so this works. Let's try adding a book. So add a book. Actually, let me just grab the URL for one of the images because I'm going to be using that. So copy image address, add a book, new book, Andre's author, image, let's paste that in. This is an awesome book. Link, Amazon featured, and put it in biography. Add book, and it should be down here. And there it is. And yeah, it works. Awesome. Okay, so let me show you how to do this with Netlify. It's dead simple. Let's go to Netlify and log in. And all we have to do is drag in that dist folder. So let me just go up one, drag in the dist folder, and that is it. Let's give it a second. And I think it's done. And it gave us this random domain, and it has HTTPS on it already. And since it's pulling from the same backend, there it is. It should have that new book we just added. And it should be right there. Cool. And everything still works. Now, if you wanted to add a custom domain, you can totally do that. And I have a video on Netlify that shows you how to do that. So check that out if you are interested. So there you have it, guys. We've deployed both the front end and back end of our GraphQL application using both Forge and Netlify. I'm not going to keep these URLs live as it's just taking up extra server resources and it's something else I don't want to maintain. But you saw exactly how I did it and can set it up on your own if you need to. I'd like to show you how you can call GraphQL queries from within your Laravel app. So I just finished up a GraphQL series with Laravel as the GraphQL server and Vue as the client. So I was wondering how I can make GraphQL queries from within Laravel as the client. So it's the same case if you're just building a traditional server rendered app and you need to make HTTP requests. You'd probably make use of a library like Guzzle or curl. I want to see how to do the same, but for GraphQL. So I'll show you a few ways and a few packages to accomplish this. So the first one is this package here, which is specific for PHP. And I actually have a Laravel app scaffolded out here already, and we'll just make use of that. So let's just compose and require this. Okay. And let's see how to use this. So it says with an OAuth 2 provider. We'll do it without OAuth 2. Okay, so it looks like it's instantiating it here, passing in the GraphQL endpoint here, and then here's the GraphQL query here, and some variables, and there's a response. So yeah, all these libraries just use Guzzle under the hood. because if you look at GraphQL queries, they're just HTTP requests, and Guzzle is the most popular one for PHP. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm just going to work in the routes file. So I'll just work in here and paste everything in here. So let's paste that in. And I am going to make use of this endpoint that we did in the GraphQL series. If you don't know, if you haven't seen that, I made an app, a book recommendation app, and this is the endpoint for that. So let's grab this and let's paste it in here. And here is where our query goes. So this operator, I actually didn't know what that was. I had to look it up. It's just a way to do strings, but that doesn't look right to me because I've never used it before. So I'll just use normal strings. And we can just close it here, and we don't need this. And this should still work. Okay, so let's just paste in this query we have here that we know works because we can see it here. So I'll get rid of this, paste it in, and this should work. So we don't have any variables. So we can just leave it actually. I think it will just ignore it. And after this, let's just die and dump the response. See if we get anything. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, so it looks like we get a response. And let's see what we have here. So there's our books right there. So we can also do, you can see the response is an array. If you want the response to be the actual books, you can just do response get data. It makes it less nested. So there you go. Cool. So that's the first way. Actually, let's take a look at how to do variables. So first, let's change this one to use the other query, which has variables, which is querying for one book. So this would be, just pass in the ID. Say we want 3. This should work. There we go. So let's see how to do that in here. So let's just change the query up here. So book ID, it's ID, and title author, and we just have to accept the parameters in here. So let's say get book. We can name it. I don't think you have to name it, but let's name it anyways. ID is of type ID and it's required. And that should do it. And the variables we have to change. Let's see, this is hard coded in, so we don't need this one. So the ID is, just put 3 in here. And this should work as well. There we go. There's that book. And there is that book with ID of 3. So let's see how we can make use of mutations. So let's quickly do a mutation here. So we have one called create book, and I think you have to pass it a title, new book, an author, let's say Andre, and a category. Let's say just one, it's an int. And let's just say ID and title. Okay. Okay, so 35 is that new book we just created. And we can do the same thing in our code here. So let's put in the variables first. So I'm going to do title, awesome new book, and the author is Andre, and the title, the category is just an int. So let's say 3. Okay, now let's get the query, the mutation we just did here. So we can just copy this and paste it in here. Let me just reindent that. And let's use the variables instead of hard coding it here. It's going to be title, author, and category. Okay. And let's accept the params up here. So let's call it create book as well. And let's say title is a string required, author string required, category int required. Okay, and you can change this to mutation as well, but I'll just leave it as query. Should still work the same way. And if I did this correctly, this should make a new book from within our code. And that didn't seem to work. I think I have an extra closing brace here. So yeah, this one is not closing anything. So let me just delete this one. And let's try that again. So there we go. Create a new one called awesome new book. And that's how you do mutations. Cool. Okay, so let's take a look at how to use just guzzle. So like I said earlier, GraphQL queries are just basic HTTP requests, and you're just passing in JSON. So let me show you what I mean. So if I go to my REST client, which is Insomnia, here I have the endpoint for the GraphQL. And like I said, if you just pass it some JSON, you can actually do a GraphQL query here as well, but we'll just take a look at how to do it with JSON. So if you just pass it a query and then the GraphQL query in here. So for example, we'll do query, we'll just do it on one line, books, and we want the title and the author. This should work. I think this has to be a string as well. Let's see. Okay, so let's try this. And there we go. So this is the response that we get when we're using GraphQL. So it's the same thing. We just have to make an HTTP request and pass in some JSON with the key as query and then the GraphQL query in here. So with that knowledge, we can actually just use guzzle and just pass in some JSON using guzzle's functions. So let's do that. So I'm going to make a new route here. Oops, route call, okay. And let's call it guzzle. And since guzzle is a dependency for this other package we just used, we can just use it. So I'm just going to do client equals new guzzle HTTP client. And let me paste in some code here. And this is what makes the response. Actually, I have to add the client. Sorry, the response here. Response is client, and it's a post request to the endpoint books QL Laravel.test GraphQL. And then the second parameter is this thing I pasted in. So that just adds some JSON to the request. Okay. What is this complaining about? Okay. Okay. So let's see. Let's just die and dump the response. Actually, we have to die and dump the response. We have to get the body, and we have to get the contents, just so we can see what's coming back. Okay. Let's see if I did this correctly. And let's hit the guzzle endpoint. What did I do wrong here? I think I'm missing an opening array square bracket here, and then a closing one here. Okay, sorry, some formatting issues there. Let's see if this works. Okay, so there you go. There's the response for our GraphQL query. Let's just JSON decode this so we can get it as an array. There you go. So there's our data. Cool. And these are all the books in our database. Cool. And we can also do the same thing we did above. If you just want to get a specific book, we can just pass in an ID. Just hard code it in. So ID 1. That should work. There we go. There's that book. And you can also do mutations if you like. So let's quickly do a mutation here. Sorry, this is a mutation. Yeah, this is a mutation. And it's called create book. And it needs a title. Say new book. It needs an author. And it needs a category. And we'll return that. Okay, see if this works. And there we go. It created this new one. Awesome, with ID of 37. Okay, one more way I want to show you, and that's just using another wrapper on Guzzle called ZTTP. This is the HTTP library I prefer. It just makes it easier. So I'm looking at the tests here, and there's one that lets you pass in JSON like this. So I'm just going to grab this. Actually, I have to install it first, but let me just grab that, paste it in. Let's call it ZTTP. And let's try this out. Let's install it first. And you actually have to do slash like this, okay? And let's do composer require, I think it's, what is it, kitetail ZTTP. Sorry, that should be a /. Okay, so that's done. Let's take a look here. So let's put in the URL here. And we just need one key, and that's going to be query. And then the value is the GraphQL query. So let's quickly do what we did before. Query, say books, say title and author. Close that out. And that should work. Let's just die and dump response JSON. And let's see if this works. So let's do ZTTP. And there we go. There's our data. There's all our books. And we can do exactly the same thing we did in here. We can pass in parameters, and we can also do mutations, which I won't show you because it's exactly the same as we did here. So there you have it, guys. We've managed to query our GraphQL server from within a Laravel app. We've taken a look at 3 ways to do so you can pick which way you enjoy the most. I'd like to take a look at a GraphQL server package called GraphQL Laravel. This is similar to the Lighthouse package, which we used in my GraphQL series to build out an app. They are both similar in that they are both GraphQL servers. However, they take a different approach, which we'll take a look at throughout this video. If you haven't seen at least the first video in that GraphQL series, definitely check it out, as I'll be making comparisons between both packages. So these packages both make use of the GraphQL PHP package, which is a vanilla PHP implementation. So this GraphQL Laravel package is more similar to that, whereas the Lighthouse package sort of conforms more to the GraphQL spec and makes use of heavy directives. So if you don't know what that means, don't worry, we'll be going over everything in this video. Okay, so let's get started. Let's install this. I have a Laravel app running already, and I didn't do anything to it yet. So let's compose required it. Okay, let's publish the config. Okay, and that is it. Okay, so let's do some quick setup. In that first video where we took a look at this Lighthouse package, which is right here, we took a look at an example where it was a basic blog implementation. So the models we had were users, comments, and posts. So we'll do the same thing. We'll just have users and posts, and the relationship will be a user has many posts and a post belongs to a user. So let me quickly set this up in this example, which is a blank Laravel app. So let's do this quickly. So let's make a post, make model, sorry. And let's make a migration. Okay. So let's just copy and paste stuff. So the user has many posts. So go to user has many posts. A post. Let's go to the post here. And let's just do a belongs to relationship. And like I said, we won't do comments here. It's the same thing, same relationship between posts and comments, but we'll just keep it simple. Okay, and let's just steal the migration. So it's create posts table. Yep. So let me just grab all of this, and it should be create posts. Here we go. Okay, so that should do it. And let me just set up my environment file. I have one created already, so root, oh sorry, it's GraphQL Laravel example, root. Okay, let's migrate and hope everything works. And it does, cool. And let me just quickly whip up some seed data. I'm just going to do it manually in the database. So let's make a few users. And let's make a few posts. Okay, so I have 2 posts here, 2 for Andre and 2 for John. Okay, so now if you take a look at the original package, so let me just close these. Okay, so if you remember in the first video of the original package, we spent most of our time in this schema.graphql file. So there are 3 things, or 2 things, depending on how you want to look at it, that we have to do here. So the first thing we should do is define the types. And these types are just the models, and they have the same fields on the models. And this is how they are defined. And in the Lighthouse package, they conform to the GraphQL specification. So all of this is the GraphQL specification, but it does have some differences in that it uses directives to get things accomplished. In this GraphQL package, GraphQL Laravel package, it is the same thing, but everything is in PHP. So there's more code to write. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So let's go into the docs and let's take a look here. Say create a query. There's no dedicated documentation page like Lighthouse has. Everything is in the README here. So it says first you have to create a type, and that's what we want to do. So again, we want to mimic, we'll start with the user, this. Okay, so you have to make a new file in this folder, app GraphQL type. Just make this bigger. And then we have to define everything in PHP, like I said. So everything here, we have to define it in PHP. Okay, so let's do that. I kind of wish this package had a CLI tool to scaffold everything out. So that's one improvement I think they can improve on. Maybe if I have time, I'll look at putting in a PR. Okay, so where does it go? It goes into app GraphQL type, and it's called user type. So app, new folder, GraphQL, and type. Let's make a new folder, type, okay, and new file, so user type. So each type is separated into their own file, whereas in this package, everything is in here. You can actually separate them in different files, but in general, everything is in this schema.graphql file. So that's one difference. Let's just paste that in. Sorry, I have to open PHP. And let's paste that in. Okay, let's take a look at this from the top. Any other errors here? Okay, looks good. Okay, so all your imports and the attributes. And it's just specifying the model, a name, and a description. This is fine. And this public function fields returns an array of fields. So this is the equivalent of this. These are the fields. And see, within each field, they have a type. And that corresponds to this. So this field has this type. And this exclamation mark means it's required. So to do required, we have to use this non-null function. So let's go ahead and do this. So we don't need this alias because the ID is just ID in the database. So we have email, which is a string. So again, that is this, and it's required here. So it should be required, but we can add that in if we like. Let's add it in. Type string. Okay. And there is no name here for some reason. So let's add in name. And let's put it above email. So let's say name. Name is required too, right? Yeah, same thing. Name, string, and description is the name of the user. And let's remove this is me. This has to do with authentication, which we won't look at in this video. Okay, so this is just a resolver method. So if you want to return something different from what the actual value of the field is, then you can define a resolver like this in this format, and it will resolve it here. So we're not going to do that, but it's nice to have that option. Okay, so let me save this. We have the type defined. And the next thing we did in this Lighthouse package was define the queries. So we'll define the post in a second. Let's just define the queries first. And we'll also look at the relationship in a second. So here we have to define all the queries available to the consumer. And the most basic one is just returning all users. So let's see how to do that. So back into the docs. So we have the type defined, and we also have to add the type to the config GraphQL, which is already there by default, I believe. So config GraphQL, and there's a section for types here somewhere. So here's a section for queries, and there's a section for types. It's actually not defined, so let's go ahead and do that. So they have these examples here. So we don't have this, so I'm going to comment this out. And same with, well, when we get to queries and mutations, I'll show you that, but these don't exist, so we have to remove those. Okay, so to define the types, we just have to, let me just grab this. And it is a user type, and that lives in app GraphQL type user type class. Okay, so our type is now defined, and now we can make a query. Okay, so yeah, it says you can use the facade. We won't be using that. Okay, so now we can define the query. So let me just grab this again. I kind of wish they had a CLI generator. And this goes into app GraphQL query, and it's called users query. So let's do that. App GraphQL query. So let's make a new folder, query, and new file called users query, I think. Is that what it was called? Users query. Okay. And let's paste this in. And let's take a look what we have. So this is just the name of the query, and this type. Let's go back to our Lighthouse one. So yeah, this is the name, so users. And this type is what it returns. So in this case, in Lighthouse, we wanted to return a list of users. And this is what this is saying. So list of users. So again, it's the same thing, it's just in PHP format. And this arguments function sort of specifies arguments, which can be confusing because this query can list all users, but it can also filter them down to using an ID and email. And in this implementation, we have them separate. So we have one for all users, and then we have one where you can find by an ID. But this one allows you to do both. I'll show you in a second. So after that, this looks fine. This is the resolver. So this is where it gets the eloquent query and retrieves the users. So in Lighthouse, we just used the all directive or the find directive. And you can also use custom resolvers if you want to do it that way. But here, it's more of the custom resolvers approach where you got to specify the query yourself. So this is just checking if there are arguments. Again, I kind of think it's better to separate it out. And then if there are arguments, then you just find them using this eloquent query. But if there isn't, then you just return everything. So let's go ahead and see if this works. I think we have to define it first in the config. So yeah, right here. So we have to specify that this is one of the queries. So let's go into our config again, and let's go up here. And again, these don't exist, so let me just comment them out. Same with the mutation, which we'll look at in a second. And let's just paste that in. So it's exposing a user's query here, and this is where it lives, and all the logic for it. Let me put a comma there. Okay. So now, finally, if we go into our GraphQL client, and what is this called? GraphQL Laravel example.test. So this is the original URL I was playing with. GraphQL Laravel example.test. And let me just erase this. So this is, oh yeah, so sorry, that shouldn't have brackets. Okay, so this should work. And it does, cool. So it's returning all the users in our database. So let me show you the arguments. So like I said, it does take arguments and they're optional, which should be separate, but let me just show you that it works. And they take 2 arguments, and I think the ID takes precedence. Again, this should be a separate query, but let me just show you. So if I search for ID, and they defined it as a string, should be an int, but let's say 1, and then it should just return Andre. There we go. Okay, let's quickly take a look at relationships, because that doesn't work yet. So essentially, we'd like to be able to grab the posts from the user and then list that out as well. So let's do that. So the first thing we have to do is define a post type. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to do a new file, post type.php. And I already have it copied in my clipboard. I'm just going to paste it in. So it's basically the same thing as the user type, just specified for the fields of post. So posts, model is post. So a post has an ID, a title, and content. And here's the relation, which we didn't take a look at in the user, which we'll do in a second, but we just have to specify the type. So GraphQL type user, and they can find it from the config, and it's just this one that we have already. And here's a description for it. And we don't need any custom resolvers or anything like that. So let's save that. And it's defined the relationship here too. So I'm going to grab this for the user. I mean for the post in the user. So right here, paste that in. And the relation is posts. So a user has many posts. The type is a list of posts. So we have to do type list of GraphQL type. That's the type of post. Okay. And let me just say a list of posts written by the user. Okay, and I think I have to just import the GraphQL here. And I think it's just GraphQL. And I think I have that in here already. Sorry, in the post type, I mean. And I do have it. Cool. And yeah, I think that's it. No, we have to specify the post. And we have to do the post query as well. So let me just type that, paste that in as well. So let's make a new file here called posts query. Posts query.php. And I'm pasting it in, but again, it's basically the same thing as the user's query that we did already. So it is a list of posts. And again, there's an optional argument, which I think should be separate. And to resolve it, you just have to do post all, which is the one we're interested in. But if you want to pass in an ID, you can do that as well. And now we just have to go into our config. And let's add those. So posts and posts query. And let's add the type. The type is down here. Post type. And yes, let's test this out. Save that, refresh. Okay, let's try posts. And it's just, let's see, title. Okay, so it looks like it does work. Content, yep. Okay, so there is ID1. If you want everything, just remove this. And there are all the posts. Cool. So let's try the relationship. So we want for posts, we want the user associated with it. It looks like it works. And we want the username and email. So there we go. So this post was written by Andre, this one too. This one's written by John and John. And let's take a look at the other way. So let me just comment this out. So query users ID name, but we also want the post. And then we want the title. And that seems to work too. Cool. Okay, now let's quickly look at mutations. So let's go back into the documentation and let's take a look at this mutation. And it's almost the same as a query, except it's a mutation. So let's go ahead and copy this. And this one is updating the password, but we'll make one for creating a user. So let's copy that. And this goes into app GraphQL mutation. So let's go do that. App GraphQL new folder mutation. And what's it called? Okay, we have to make our own. Say create user mutation. So new file, create user mutation. .php. Let's paste this in and let's make changes. Create user mutation. Create user. So the type, let's go back to our Lighthouse example. So here's a create user. The type is just the thing it returns. So in our case, we want to return the created user. So that's what we're doing here. And the arguments are the things we need to create a user. So here we have a name, email, and password. So we don't need this ID, but we need name and email. And I'm just going to paste them in to save some time. And it's basically the same thing. Just we need a name and an email, and they are of type string. And then in the resolve function is where it happens. So this is for updating the password. We don't want to do that. We want to user create, and then we want a name, and that's coming from args name. So this is what the user is specifying in the GraphQL query. We want an email, and we want a password, but we want to make sure that the password is hashed. So we do bcrypt. Okay, let's see if this works. And we have to specify this in the GraphQL file. So there is a section here for mutations. So let me just copy this. Let's paste it in. It's called create user. And app GraphQL mutation. Create user mutation. And I think that is it. Let's see if this works. So let me just do it here. So it is a mutation. Okay. Let's see if it appears. Create user. And then see if, yeah, there you go. Name, email, and password. So let's try this out. Tony Stark. Email tony@avengers.com. And password is Iron Man. And let's return the ID and the name. Okay, so hopefully this works. There we go. It created a new user. And if we just uncomment this. You should see that in the list of users. So let me just change this to users and let's get the names. There we go. Cool. So there you have it, guys. We've taken a look at this GraphQL Laravel package so you can build out your GraphQL server. Again, it is a similar package to the Lighthouse package, but takes a different approach and makes use of PHP more. So I think they're both great. It's just a matter of preference. So you try both out and see which one you like better. I'd like to show you how you can do authentication with GraphQL. We'll be looking at doing this with the Lighthouse package and Laravel Passport. Now I'm going to be assuming that you understand the basics of token-based authentication with Passport. If you don't, then make sure to watch my videos on this, which I will link to below. There's two videos. So there's one for the backend where we set up Passport and get auth tokens returned to us upon receiving the correct credentials. And the other one is the front end where we take that token, send it to the server, and are able to log in. So we'll do the same here, where we'll first set up the backend with Passport and get an auth token returned to us upon successful login. Then in the next video, we'll see how we can take that token and send it through for subsequent requests. So let's first install Passport and see how to do this traditionally with REST, and then we'll try to mimic that with GraphQL. So I'm going to be starting from the project we built in the first video. So if you watch that video, you know we built a very basic blog implementation where we have users, posts, and comments. And a user has many posts, a post has many comments, and we set up our types here in our GraphQL schema. And we also set up our queries, and we have one mutation here. So yeah, as a refresher, here's a query we can run. There it is. So yeah, I started using graphical more. If you watch the other videos, I was using GraphQL Playground, and I've just encountered more bugs than I do with graphical, so I kind of switched over. Just kind of wish they had a dark mode. Okay, so let's install Passport first. So if you already know how to use Passport, you can feel free to skip this, but I'm going to do it from scratch really quickly. So compose will require it. That is the incorrect repo, sorry. It's a Lighthouse tutorial. This one. Okay, that's done. What's next? Next is to migrate. Okay. Next is to PHP Artisan Passport install. And this will install our clients, and we're interested in the password grant client. So we are interested in this one. So let me just copy this. And now it says add has API tokens to your user class. So let's do that. User has API tokens. And let's import that. Okay. Next. Call Passport routes in your auth service provider. Auth service provider. Passport routes. So I'm going to do that, but I'm just going to specify that I just want the routes for password grant. So Passport routes, and we'll just pass in a closure function router, and we just want something like this: router for access tokens. Okay, make sure to import Passport. And in config auth, change the API to Passport. Config auth, change the API to Passport. Okay, I think that's it. So yeah, I think that's it. So to use this, again, this is just the traditional way. Let me just do PHP artisan route list. Unexpected auth service provider. Sorry. Forgot a semicolon. Okay, so let's do that again. Really? All right, let's try key generate. Okay, so there's our route list. And the endpoint we're interested in to log in is this OAuth token. So I'm just going to use my traditional REST client. Actually, let me just show you. Where's the password? Password grant. So here, we just have to pass in, again, to OAuth token. It's a post request. Pass in all of these fields. And then if it's correct, then we should get a token back. So let's go ahead and go into my REST client and try this out. So I'm going to make a new request. It's going to be called passport. Login. It's going to be a post request. And let's set the header. Let's accept application JSON. Okay. And let's set the URL. HTTP Lighthouse tutorial.test/OAuth/token. Okay, let's see if we get a response. Okay, and we do. Cool. That's just because we didn't pass in this information, which we will do so here. So we'll just pass in a multi-part form, and let's pass in everything I said here. So grant type is password. Client ID is what I copied. Do I still have it copied? Let's see. I don't. Let me check here. Okay, so the ID is 2, and the secret is this. 2, and it's client secret, I think is the next one. Client secret, yep. Paste that in. What's next? And now it's just the username and the password. So any users in our database, and I think we have a whole bunch. Let me just username and password. And we don't need the scope. Okay, so let's go into our database. I think I have some here. So yeah, there's a whole bunch here. We'll just pick one. And I think the default password is secret. So I'll pick Javon. Let's copy that. And let's try an incorrect password first and see if we get a proper response. And we do, invalid credentials. But if it's correct, this should return a token. And it does, cool. So in our front end, we would store this in local storage or cookies. And then we would make subsequent requests with this token, and that should authenticate us. So let me show you what I mean actually. So if we make another request, let me just copy this. It's a get request, subsequent request. Paste that in. But if we make a request to, if you check out routes API, sorry, let me just remove this. Routes API, and this endpoint is behind API/API/user, and it's behind this middleware, and it's just returning the logged in user's details. So let's do that. So /API/user. So there's no token being passed in yet, so this should be an error. I might have to pass in application JSON. Yeah, I do. Accept application JSON. Okay. But if we pass in that token, so the header would be authorization, and value is bearer, and then the token, that's not the token, token is here, then this should return that user's details. There we go. So yeah, that's the traditional way of doing it in REST, and now let's do it in GraphQL. So the creator of Lighthouse actually has a video on how to do this, which I followed. I will link it in the description if you're curious. So I did everything manually like he showed in the video, and I actually had it working. But then I came across someone who wrote a package to make it even easier to do everything. So we'll take a look at using that instead. So this is the package here. It's called Lighthouse GraphQL Passport Auth. And let's go ahead and use this. So let's just compose or require it. Okay. Next is to add these into your env file. So let's do that. Just put it down here. And the client is 2, and the secret is in our REST client. So it's just this token. Sorry, not this token. This token. Okay. Is that right? Is that the entire one? Yeah, okay. And that is basically it. This exposes some GraphQL mutations and queries, just like how we would do in REST. So let me show you what I mean. So you can publish the config if you want to override the defaults. And here's what's inside the config, but the defaults are fine. So it exposes these new mutations. So logging in, refreshing token, logging out, forgot password, and update forgot password. And up here are the types for them, the types that are required. So an input is a new GraphQL type I just learned about using this package. So an input just sort of groups together inputs that you need. So for example, this login input just groups together the username and the password, and is just sort of a cleaner way of passing in inputs into your mutations. So I'll show you what I mean when I do it. So the login is of type login input, so it requires a username and a password, and it returns an auth payload. So it's going to return this stuff, which is exactly what's returned in here. And this is the custom resolver with all the code. So let's go ahead and try to log in and see if we can get an access token. So let's go into graphical. And let's comment this out. And let's make a new mutation. Mutation, okay. And it's called login. I might have to reload this. Oh, reset the size, sorry. Does that happen every time I reload? Oh man, that sucks. Sorry about that. Okay, so login, yes, login, and it is of type login input. So yeah, that input type I was talking about, you're probably used to doing it like this. So you have to pass in a username, and then like this, whatever, and then you pass in a password. So this is basically the same thing. It just groups them together and makes it a little bit cleaner. So let me just copy this. But now instead of passing in separate fields, you just pass in one as JSON. So it'd be data, and then you have to pass in JSON here. And you can put it in its own line if you like. So username is, let's just give it an incorrect username first. See if we get an error. And password. And the autocomplete still works, so that's good. And we still want to return some stuff back. So we're just interested in the access tokens. Let's just get that. And yeah, there we go. We get this message. The user credentials were incorrect. So let's go ahead and again, let's get something from the database. Let's get someone else this time. Let's get Emmanuel and paste it in here. And the password is secret. And let's see if we get that token back. And there we go. There's that token. So same thing as in the rest, but now we have this token. So I'm going to copy this. And just like how I showed you for subsequent requests in here, we had this route here we could hit. We can do something similar in GraphQL. So I'm going to go into my schema file. So schema GraphQL. And I'm going to make a new query here called me. And this is going to be similar to this, like I said, this right here, where it just returns the authenticated user's details. So as you can see here, there is an Auth API middleware. So we have to do that here too. So it returns a user. And we're going to use the middleware directive. And we're going to check that it is an Auth API middleware. And then we're going to also use the auth directive, which basically does this. Just returns a user. But this is going to check for the header. So it has to make sure that that token is passed in through the header. So we can do that in our GraphQL client, which I'll show you here. So let me copy this again, just in case. Okay. So I am going to comment this out. I'm going to refresh and make it bigger. And then I'm going to do that me query we just did before passing in the headers, just to see if it works. So there it is, me. And let's just say the name and the email. See if we get anything. We shouldn't get anything because we didn't pass in the token. Okay, so we're getting the HTTP response. We want the JSON response. So to pass in headers in this program, we just go up here, edit the HTTP headers. And let's first add the accepts. Is it accept? I think it's accept. Let's see. Yeah, accept application JSON. Just grab this. And then, so now this should. Okay, so that disappeared. Where'd it go? Yeah, that's another bug with this program. Sometimes it, when I'm in that header thing and then I escape out, sometimes the query disappears. So let's write that again. Me, name, and email. So now this should result in a JSON response. So there we go, unauthenticated. So let's do one more. Let's send in that authorization header. And the values bearer and token. Oh, let's go up here. It's this one. And save. Hopefully it doesn't get rid of my query. Okay, it's still there. But now this should work and it should return this user's details. And there we go. So we've successfully mimicked what we did in REST, but now we're using GraphQL. Okay, let me show you the rest of the auth endpoints here. So let's log out. And a logout response returns a logout response. A logout returns logout response. And it's just a status and a message. Okay, so let's do that. So let me comment this out. Is this a bug? It won't disappear. That sucks. Let me refresh it. Okay. So logout. So that is a mutation. Let me put it here. mutation, log out, and what does that expect? Just a message. So I'm passing in the token. Obviously, you have to be logged in to be able to log out. So this should log the user out. Okay. So this user with this token is no longer logged in. So the token is invalidated. So this should no longer work. So if I uncomment this, this should not work anymore. Okay, cool. And let's go ahead and log in again. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to uncomment this. Actually, no, let's not log in again. Because these next ones, I'm not going to do refresh token, but I'll do these two. Okay, so forgot password just requires an email. So we'll do this person over here. The same person. Okay. So mutation, forgot password, and what is this? Oh no, that requires an email, right? Yes. So data, email, and it returns a message. And the email is this person. So before I do this, let me set my email driver to log, just so we can see it. So where's my email? Sorry, it should be mail. Yep. So let's change it to log. Okay, so let's try that. This should work, hopefully. And we should see the email in the log. Okay, so it's saying this error because we have to set up the auth scaffolding. So PHP artisan route, make auth. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. We have emailed you your password reset link. Let's look for this in the Laravel.log. Should be this one. Scroll all the way down. And there it is right there. Cool. And let's take a look at the last one where we can actually update our password. So update forgotten password. And we need all of these fields. Okay. And then after that, we'll log in again with that new updated password. Okay, so what am I doing? Update forgotten password. Just comment this out. Let's do another mutation. Update forgotten password. That is type data. And then we need all of this stuff. So the email is, okay. What's next? Token. We can see that in here. So it should be this. Okay. Next is the new password. Sorry. Password. And it says secret 2. And the next one is password confirmation. Secret 2. And I think this requires something. Just a message again. Yep. And hopefully this works. Give it a try. There we go. Your password has been reset. So now, if we log in again, up here, this should not work because secret 2 is now the new password. So let's see what we get. Awesome, incorrect. But if we do this, there we go. Cool. So there you have it, guys. We've managed to use this package to recreate the functionality of Passport and everything needed for authentication in GraphQL. So you might be wondering where register is. We actually did that already. Registering is just creating a new user, and we actually already have that from the first video, just creating a new user right here. So in the next video, we'll take a look at how to use this token in the front end using Vue and Vue Apollo. I'd like to show you how you can get authentication working in GraphQL with Vue Apollo. So if you haven't checked out the last video, we set up the server to work with Laravel Passport and Lighthouse. And now I'd like to see if we can get to use Vue on the front end to do authentication. So we'll build a very basic auth system where we can log in, and upon logging in, I want to show that logged in user's details. So here's a very basic login form, and I'm going to log in with an email here, and I'm going to put in the wrong password. Then we'll get this alert here, and then if I put in the right password, it will redirect to a protected view with that logged in user's details. And we can also log out here. Cool. So yeah, let's build this from scratch using Vue Apollo. Okay, so I have a Vue CLI 3 application scaffolded out here, and the only thing I've done is Vue add Apollo to install Apollo. So yeah, like in the last video, if you saw, we can log in using this mutation and we get a token back. And then with this token, we can call this me query and get the user's details back. But we have to pass in this token through the header. So the question is, how do we pass it into the header? So in traditional REST, if you're using Axios, you can set headers on Axios. So let me just open up some code here, which is from my to-do series. And let me just look for Axios here, right here. So you can see I'm just setting the headers here, and I'm setting the authorization token, authorization header to bearer plus the token which is stored in Vuex. So in Vue Apollo, let me just show you something here. So there's a config file called Vue Apollo here in source. And you can see an auth token right here. Right here. So let's search this auth token. It's called token name actually. So, okay, I don't know why I did that, but what I'm trying to say is if this token is set in your local storage, then it's going to pass that with any GraphQL query or mutation that you do. And there's actually helpers here that you can call after you log in, which sets the local storage item here. So as you can see, it sets the local storage, I think it's called Apollo token. That's what I was trying to show you earlier. It's called, the key in local storage is called Apollo token, and you have to call these methods to create it. So on login to create it and on logout to destroy it. So let me prove that to you. So to do that, let me just put a query, a GraphQL query in the hello world component. So I'm just going to use this hello world component, and I'm just going to make some data here. Okay, let's return. And I'm going to do that me query and set it to null initially. And then I'm going to make an Apollo key here. And me is going to be that GraphQL query. So I have to import this actually. Import GQL from GraphQL tag. Okay, so now I can just do the query here with backticks. I'm just going to do query, and it's going to do this basically. Where is it? This. So me name email. Me name email. And let's throw the ID in there too. So right now, the local storage item is not set, so this should result in an error. Let's see what we get here. So let me open up Vue, or console, I mean. Okay, so yeah, we do get an error, failed to fetch. Cool. So yeah, just ignore the WebSocket error. So let's go ahead and log in. So I'm going to log in using this mutation just to get a valid token. Okay, so there's that token. And I'm going to manually set the Apollo token just in the console here. So local storage dot set, and the key is called Apollo token, like in the config. And I'm gonna just paste in the token here. Sorry, it's set item. Okay, so now if I look in my application, let me just make this bigger. Local storage, and for this domain, there it is right there, Apollo token and that key. So now this should work. So if I refresh this, you still get failed to fetch. See if it's in your hello world. It's undefined. Oh yes, sorry, I forgot to set the endpoint in the config. So yeah, I should have done that before. So go to Vue Apollo. I'm actually going to set the WebSockets to null to remove that annoying error. So set this to null. Okay. And let's set the endpoint here, right here. So what was the endpoint again? It was this. Set that. Okay. And now this should work. Okay, let me remove the key first, just to show you that it shouldn't work when it's not there, and then we'll re-add it. So let me just delete token, okay, and this should not work. Okay, internal server error, that's correct. And let me re-add this, and now this should work. Okay, let's check Vue, let's check hello world, check our data, and there I am, me, or not me, but the logged in user. So that should show you if the token is set, then it will send it for any GraphQL requests. Okay, so with that knowledge, let's get basic logging in working like I showed at the beginning of this video. So I'm not going to do any state management, and I'm not going to do Vuex to manage state here, but you definitely need to do that for any bigger application. I just want to mention that there's also an alternate way to handle state in GraphQL using something called Apollo link state. The idea is to use a GraphQL cache to manage state and bypass Vuex entirely. I'm still in the process of learning it, so if I do, I will make a separate video for that. Okay, so let me quickly make 2 new routes and 2 new pages. So in pages, in views, I'm going to make a login view. Let's just say template. Login goes here. And let's make a login route. So I'm just going to copy this. And it's going to be login. And this is going to be login. Okay. And I think in app, that's where the router link goes. So I'll make a new one. Say login. Login. Okay, does this work? Put a pipe here. And okay. And let me just paste in some code for the login just to save some time. So I'm just going to paste this in. And there's already some Vue code in here, which I'll go over. This is the method that's called when we submit the form. And there's a V model on the username and the password. So let's set up the script. So we need a username and a password. Username, empty, password, empty. And we need a methods section. So methods. And one called login. Okay. And I'm also going to paste in just a bit of CSS so it's not super ugly. Okay, let's see how this looks. Okay, that's decent. And I'm going to make one more route here for the protected area where the logged in user's information gets displayed. So let's say protected template protected. Actually, let's make it an H2. Users info. And let's go into the router, add that as well. So I'm not going to make use of guards here, but you definitely should. What I mean by that is I can just manually go to this route and it will show up. It won't show the logged in users details if you're not logged in, but you can still show the route, and you should use guards to prevent the user from doing that. So yeah, check out my video and my video on just doing it in REST, and it's the same thing. It's protected. Okay, so I'm not going to put it in the menu because I don't want that to show, but we can actually just go here. So yeah, that's what I mean. If you had guards in place, you wouldn't be able to go here if you're not logged in. Okay, and we'll put the login route in a second after I finish logging in. And I'm not going to do any validation here, as I'm just giving you a very basic example. Okay, so here we want to perform the login mutation here. And if it's successful, we want to call that onLogin helper, which sets the token in our local storage. Let me actually remove this because it's already here. So I'm going to delete that. Okay. So if we go into here, we can see how to do mutations. And I'm just going to copy this. And let me just grab everything. This is the entire methods key. And I'm going into login. Okay, so this is all of methods. Okay, let me just indent this and change it to login. And I don't want any of this. Okay. I also need this GQL. So import GQL from GraphQL tag. Okay. Don't need any of this. Okay. So the mutation we need is this one. So let me just grab this actually and paste it in. And we can indent this. And let's make some changes here. So I am going to accept some data. And it is of type login input. It's required. And this I'm going to cut out. And the data goes here. And I want to return the access token, and the variables is where I'm going to paste what I just cut. And this should come from our state, which is bound to vModel. So it should update as the user updates. And that should work. So let's see if this works. So let's just see if we get the token in our console. So that looked like it worked. Did it work? Don't need this. Okay, so that worked. Let's test this out here. Refresh. So I'm going to use the same user here. So let's try an error case first. I'm going to type in gibberish. Okay, so it's an error. Is that the right error? We'll see. Let's type in the right password. Okay, so I'm missing something here. So yeah, I am missing another. Yeah, so this should be another key. So data is this. Like this. Okay. Let's give that another try. So wrong password. Okay, now we're getting the correct user error. User credentials were incorrect. And correct password, we should get some data here. There we go. This should include the token. Where is it? There it is right there. So now we just have to set or call the helper, the onLogin helper I've been talking about in here in Vue Apollo. OnLogin right here. So let's go ahead and do that. So back to here, we have to import it. Let's import it. Import onLogin from up1 Vue Apollo. Okay. And now we can just use that or just call it when it's successful. So let me just call it right here. So onLogin. And what parameters does it need? It needs the Apollo client and the token. So the client is just this Apollo provider default client. And the token is data.login.access token, if you remember here. So data login access token. Or you can destructure it if you like. I'll just leave it. And I also want it to go to that protected route. So this router push protected. And let's try this again. And now the local storage key should be set. So let's refresh. Okay, secret. And then let's check the application. So it's not in here. It should be in here. There we go. I set it right there. And we'll work on showing the user's info in here in a second. I just want to work on logout so we can destroy this token. Okay, so back to our code. Let's go to app view and we can make a new link here. It's not a router link. It's just going to be a normal link because there's no view associated with it. So I'm going to do click.prevent and we'll call a logout function and say logout. Let's make a pipe here too. And down here, script. And let's make a new method. Logout. And we're just going to do the same thing we did in here. I'm going to import onLogout instead of onLogin. It's right there, onLogout. And we are going to just call it onLogout. And the only parameter it takes is the Apollo provider. Apollo provider default client. And I want to push to the home page. And all this is going to do, like I said, is just destroy that token in our local storage. So let's give that a try. Oh, sorry, this is in the same directory. Okay, so I am logged in right now, but if I hit log out, this should be deleted and it should redirect. Awesome. Okay, now let's work on that protected page. So yeah, all we have to do is just call that me query, and since the token is set, that should work out. So we already did that in the hello world, so let's just copy that. So I'm just going to copy all of this. And then I'm going to comment it out here because we're not using it. And protected. Let's just do it in here. Okay. And let's just import this. Okay. Let's see if this works. And let me just output it here. Let's do me.id, name, email. And we only want to output that if it's set. So I'll just do vif me. And we're going to need a root div here. Okay, let's see if this works. So let's log in. And okay, I don't have it in there anymore. Where's my email? There it is. That's not it. Okay, secret. So there we go. You can see it got set in here and we are redirected to the correct page with this user's information. So there you have it, guys. We managed to build out the authentication on the front end using the token we got from the server and using Vue Apollo and its helpers. Please like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already done so. Thanks for watching, guys. See you in the next one. Okay, thanks. Bye.